but then we were. It's not true. It can't be. It can't be. Okay, welcome everybody. Go ahead and call the regular HARC Commission meeting of Wednesday, May 21st to order at 5:30 p.m. It's a hybrid meeting at Rebecca Hall. I'll come back to the site walk in just a moment. As far as meeting information, it is a hybrid meeting. If you are out there on the phone, you can call in tonight at 301-715-8592. Our meeting ID is 898-39990. Password is 618929. Remind everybody, thanks for coming. The purpose of HARC is to preserve, maintain, and enhance the historic character, scale, architectural integrity, and cultural resources of the town and the historic landmark district. From staff, we have Lindsay, Kristen, Darren, Piper, and Allie. And from town council, we have Elena. Welcome back. And we'll do the board roll call.
Kieran Lannon,
Stacy Lake, Matt Lee,
Mark
Shambo,
Andrew Williamson.
And do we have a motion for the approval of the HARC meeting minutes of 4/16/25?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second? Okay.
Oh, sorry, I'll second.
All right, Karen. Go ahead.
Kieran, yes.
Stacy, yes. Matt, yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Andrew, yes.
Okay, and do we have a motion of, well, I will make the motion for the chair meeting since I was the only one there of April 18th, 2025, and I approve them as written. Regarding the annual retreat minutes, I sent one revision from my February 20th notes to Kristen, and I sent a revised update on May 4th, but I didn't get anything new.
I did update your recommendation.
Where is that?
Posted online with the packet, updated.
Oh, okay.
That one tiny revision, so you can.
Yeah.
See
It was a small, okay, so I just, for the record, then I revised number 4 to basically incorporate of our 10 action items from our retreat. Number 4 was something that everybody asked for. That is a change in policy that we would like to encourage staff on work sessions to comment on just mass and scale rather than just give us the guidelines. So we can talk about that later. Otherwise, I approve it as edited. And regarding staff announcements, we're going to. Oh, the motion. Yeah, because everybody was there. Do I have a motion to join me with that one change on the, I'll make the motion to approve with that one edit of our retreat minutes of February 22nd. Second, anybody?
I'll second.
Okay.
Kieran, yes.
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Andrew, yes.
Okay, staff announcements. We're excited to hear, we've all heard about the wayfinding, but Lindsay Mills has come to give us a short brief and maybe get some of our feedback since we haven't seen much yet. And so we're going to have you go first, and so you can go watch the softball game.
Don't worry, I will stay as long as you guys need.
Okay.
All right. So sharing my screen, this is going to be an abbreviated version of the town council presentation from February. So if you attended that or were able to review, this is directly from our third-party vendor that we've been working with for over a year to really evaluate the current state of wayfinding, placemaking, and signage throughout the town of Telluride and implement a brand new system. So we'll go through the process to date, we'll review the current state of signage, and then we'll review the current design mockups as well as the phasing for the next 5 to 10 years of wayfinding implementation. So the process to date, we reviewed background materials, which included our design guidelines, the land use code, and also our home rule charter. So they were built in with all of the design plans to date. Everything that you'll see has been brought to you with all of the guidelines in mind. We discussed with the client core team, which was all of our department heads that have major influence. That included Public Works, Parks and Rec, our Marshals Department, Managers Department, and Communications. So this was a joint effort, also with Open Space with Lance. This crew worked really hard to get this entire process buttoned up to the point that you'll see it today. We went through a handful of internal strategy workshops. We went through a review session and workshops with the steering committee. We were provided with a wayfinding assessment from our third-party vendor guide studio, went through mood board development, conceptual design, and then we went through town council presentation and feedback earlier this year. So that's all available to review on the Engage Telluride website. There's a project page specifically for wayfinding. The short link for that is going to be a bit.ly link, bit.ly/TOT wayfinding. So the main goals of the project in general is to overhaul the entire sign program throughout the town of Telluride. You'll notice just walking through town that signs are placed pretty willy-nilly. There are a lot of different sign types throughout town that have been put up historically by the town of Telluride, by individuals, by businesses, and then additionally by Telluride Arts with an original wayfinding program for businesses in particular. So we're pulling all of that down over the course of the next many years and replacing it with a more consolidated, branded, and focused wayfinding program. It's designed for longevity. It clears up the confusion that currently exists, especially in our parking program. It considers deeply accessibility for all, which is one of the town council goals and objectives for 2025. It considers innovative solutions and is also going to be authentic to town. Nothing majorly flashy, things that blend in. And I just want to tell you that looking at design concepts with a white background is really difficult to see how that will be placed in the public right of way. But bear with us on that. There are some options in here where you get to see it placed in its actual place. So we went through journey mapping. So when you're in a car or when you're on your bike or when you're walking, how do you move through town? What are you looking for? What are our top destinations? How do vehicles move versus pedestrians? How do we differentiate vehicular signage versus pedestrian signage and cycle signage? We went through an information hierarchy. So as a driver, when you're entering town, you're going to look for two specific things. You're looking for day parking or you're looking for our historic downtown. So that decision point starts right before the roundabout where that historic shed is. We won't be touching the historic shed, but finding a new way to welcome people to town, to avoid people pulling off at the historic shed moving forward because it's dangerous. Then once you get into historic downtown, where do you go? What's next? So all of these places and details were focused through the steering committee to really help understand where people go and how they move through town.
Could you zoom in on it?
Yeah.
Or enlarge that just a bit?
Absolutely. Whoa, too far.
Just a bit. Okay. Oh, that's great. Thanks.
Yep. So historic downtown, you're looking specifically at Silverjack Parking Garage, our visitor center, the library, the gondola, and the marshal's department. From there, you could be looking, excuse me, that just pulled us back. From there, you could be looking for Town Park, the medical center, or the museum as kind of our tertiary. And as you're leaving town, you're looking for Bridal Veil, Imogene Pass, the airport, Lawson Hill, Mountain Village.
Are these final?
We'll go through like a final mapping,
Okay.
but this is the general schematic plan.
Okay.
Okay, so just to give you an idea of our current state of parking signage, parking is going to be our focus for phase one. So this year is our phase one implementation. We're kicking off that implementation plan tomorrow and moving into general production. We'll be looking through some sample materials and through some production opportunities in the next couple weeks. But this is our current state of signage. It's very confusing. There's a lot going on every single sign. So the team has developed the anatomy of an on-street parking sign. So when it references what you can do instead of what you can't do, it says everything in a much more concise manner. We have a giant parking P. So in a vehicle, you can see that you're allowed to park somewhere. And because the parking permits throughout town are specific to locals that already know what the parking permit program is, then we're actually making that signage much smaller and putting less detail there. A G permit will know that they're able to park in a G permit zone because they'll see just a G on a sign. They'll see a W on a sign, they'll see an A, so on and so forth. So really making sure that we don't have 3 signs per lamppost, but rather 1 sign with some of these switchable, changeable commentaries as well. So this snow removal option, as you'll see in the next design, is actually able to flip seasonally, whether that moves to just the Town of Telluride logo, but it can change the directions based on the season. All right, so we'll jump into designs. This is just ideation. So I just want to be clear about that. This will not exist in phase one, but the first concept for welcoming people to town, again, focuses on moving people from pulling off on the side of the road in a pretty scary area where you could get hit easily, and moving that welcoming signage and that initial contact point to that first circle. So the first circle into town is your decision point. Do you move forward into historic downtown, or do you take a right down Mahoney to go find free parking? So this specifically orients folks to the colors of our sign program. So they'll know that when they see this blue, this green, or this court and steel, that it is a town wayfinding sign. It is official, it is relevant, it is something they can reference throughout the town of Telluride. Next, this is an example of a sign in context. So we'll be working through some of these gateway signs where we have mapping. This is our place where we'll actually give a business directory. Rather than having business signage directing you all throughout town, we have a handful of map gateway signage that will be placed throughout town in relevant points, ensuring that people know where they need to go if they're trying to get up to Main Street, where they need to go if they're trying to find Oak or Smugglers or Town Park. One of the big focuses from the steering committee was we don't want these signs to be overimposing. We want them to be clear that they are directional signs, but what you'll see in a lot of these iterations is that there's cutouts. You're not obstructing the view, you're actually framing it here. So it's framed in that top section so you can see through the sign. You can still engage with the scenery behind it without fully obstructing the view. Okay, so phase one is majorly our parking signage. So going back to this anatomy of a street sign, what we're looking at here, this is a bit of the scale. Our color scheme and format comes directly from our branding exercise that we went through over the year of my time here. So this blue comes directly from our color palette, as does the red. Again, this red section could be changeable. Right now, this iteration says it's no parking this side of the street, November to April 1st. Once April 1st hits, we can switch that and have it tell you something different. What is the new message that we're trying to convey there? But it doesn't have to stay there all year long. So similar to how we have all the flipping signage, we want to make sure that we have changeable signage throughout. And here I'll zoom in a little bit. You can see what these options could be. We could establish that you're in the historic downtown. We could just put the Town of Telluride logo there to ensure that people know that this is an official sign. Again, the focus is on what you're able to do, whether it's free or paid parking, how long you're able to park there, when you're able to park there, and when you could get towed. So this is your messaging that isn't saying, don't do this. It's saying, here's what you can do. So it's reinforcing the positive over the negative.
Hopefully the switchable is also lockable.
Yes, yeah. So just like all of our signage, it will be lockable. So those changes won't be able to just be made by anybody walking by. And ideally, these will be, as you can see, this will be 10 feet above the ground, so pretty high up for anybody to just manually change. This again is vehicular focused. One of the things I'd like to highlight for our parking signage as we're developing our parking program, right now you'll see additional signage from when we originally took our current state, where you have all the QR codes. A lot of those signs exist throughout town right now. In this switchable palette, we'll be able to put the QR code on this sign directly. So we don't have to have an additional sign for text to park or Park Mobile, whichever we end up going with. So that QR code will be embedded directly on our town signage moving forward instead. Any questions on this first iteration for parking designs or comments?
Just had one question
Yeah.
or comment about the roundabout photo. Is that the design, these tall monuments?
So this is the current iteration of this design. I want to be really clear. This is not going to be part of phase one.
Okay.
So phase one is focusing very much on the parking signage, and this is the design we did land on, but there is still opportunity for feedback and discussion. But the goal of this placemaking item is not only to welcome you to town, but also to orient you to town signage. So you'll see that these poles that are very low profile are flagging you to then be able to see in space what the town signage will be. So our parking is blue, our vehicular signage is this green, and as you'll see in a minute, our campground and town park signage is all going to be the court and steel. Okay.
It's all rusted steel.
Mhm.
Okay.
Just to give you some context, this is what these parking signs would look like in space. So I think that they pop a little bit more against blue, but don't really overwhelm by any means. I find that the current state with so many signs and so much to read with small font is the most confusing for people. And that's the feedback that we've been receiving, not only from guests and visitors, but also from property managers who are getting calls from their clientele every day, wondering if they're able to park where they're parked. So this is that consolidation of the signage changes the experience for everybody. So then touching on the campground signage, so Town Park and the campground actually reverse our signage. So I'll pull you back real quick. The Town of Telluride and Historic Zone signage is going to be focused on green. So when you're experiencing this space, that green signage is going to be your pop of color for pedestrian. It's going to be the focal color for vehicular. And then when you get to campground and Town Park, it switches. So you have the Corten steel is your main focus as of the signage. You start seeing wood incorporated here and more of that mining vibe aspect with that Corten steel, so that rusted steel. Green becomes that pop where it's not the major focus, but it is just a highlight to let you know that this is Town of Telluride property. Okay. Just another iteration. So making sure that this gateway to Town Park is much more welcoming and way more clear that this is how you get to Town Park. You find that you're walking on the river trail and we as locals know to turn right across the bridge to get into Town Park, but not everybody knows that when they're coming here for the first time. We'll be removing the campground from this sign, but the campground signage is up for overhaul in this first phase as well. Just to give you a view of the entire sign family, we didn't go through every single slide that we went through with council. That deck is available again on the Engage page, but this sign family all together, you can see where the welcome signage and the welcome poles really drive you to understand what is town signage and how that's directional and can help you find places and find your way throughout the town of Telluride. All right.
Two questions.
Yeah,
One,
fire away.
Is, as far as the process, on the entry and or the list of key buildings, like I saw library.
Mhm.
Made me think about some other buildings that people might think are as important as the library, but is the list finished?
The list is pretty close to being finished for vehicular directionals at this moment. And I am happy to touch base with you on that if there are some other things. And also if, yeah, okay.
And then, well, does anybody else have questions? Okay. So we'll go to the website if we.
Yep.
want to research it further.
Yeah.
Get back to you. Okay.
That sounds great. Yeah. And this recording is the recording for this meeting and also the recording for the town council meeting are on that Engage page. So you'll be able to access that full meeting anytime, hear the feedback from council that we did take to heart. One of the examples isn't updated on this slide, but we turned our street signage into Corten steel just to make it feel a little more mining relevant and less modern than what you're seing here with this white mountain background.
One last question.
Yeah.
I talked to Kristen about it. I took the liberty to go to the visitor center and museum. Kieran shared the list of already historic buildings that are on the walking maps and, tours. Which is something that we want to weigh into, but what is our time frame when we need to suggest to you, we want 21 signs
Yep.
around houses, but when do we, in this process?
So we haven't phased our phases exactly to that level beyond phase one. We know that we need to overhaul parking signage first and foremost. Once we get through parking and getting the campground updated this summer, we'll see how much budget we have left over for additional signage, but it's going to focus on vehicular and those gateway signs that you saw near the gondola. So that's going to be the focal point of phase one. I believe when we get to historic signage, similar to the gold plates you've seen throughout town marking historic buildings, when we get to that overhaul, I believe, I can imagine it would be phase three. So we'll be coming to you for sure when we figure out those phases and figure out what you guys want to weigh in on
Really, all I
mostly.
want to know is it
Yeah.
25 or 26?
I would say 26 or 27.
And so I'll reserve the rest of the questions. There's a lot of things, what kind,
Yeah.
permission, et cetera.
Yep. And I'm very happy also to meet offline anytime because I know you have deep knowledge and insight. So we're happy to take all of that whenever you're ready.
Do you want this list of 32 sites for your
Absolutely.
file?
Yeah. Send it.
Okay,
I'll take that right away.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else? If not, we'll move on.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, anytime, come find me. You know where I live.
All right.
Thanks, you
Thank
guys.
you.
Chris,
Want to remind you, we need to talk about the sidewalk.
I was gonna just do it right now before preservation awards, and I just want to interject. I didn't have a list of those attended site walks, so let's just handle it this way. I'm gonna remind everybody that a site walk for lot 7 and 8 San Juan Village was held, preliminary large-scale multifamily project at 3 p.m. on May 21st, 2025, prior to the HARC regular meeting at 5:30 p.m. And nothing was discussed outside of site issues, period. And for the list of attendees, staff has it, and so you can go online. Normally, we read into the record, but for tonight, we'll just do that. I know Kristen has a list. Okay, so staff also want to talk about preservation awards. That want to update us, Kristen?
I'll just move, we can move ourselves at any time. Hang on one second. As we switch, so yeah, so preservation awards, the 2025 round of preservation awards has opened. And so we are looking for applications. Awards are presented every 2 years to compatible additions, rehabilitation and restoration, compatible infill and continuing preservation projects that have displayed outstanding commitments to historic preservation and compatible building techniques within the town of Telluride. And awards are based on a commitment to preserving Telluride's historic resources, enhancing the overall design of the community, and protecting the traditional character of the town. So you can find the applications on our website within the Historic Preservation Department. Right in the sidebar, you'll see a note that says Preservation Awards. We are accepting applications for a few weeks now, and so please consider submitting. The eligible projects must have been started after January 1, 2021 and be completed a certificate of occupancy received prior to May 30, 2025. There are other restrictions and sort of rules spelled out, and the deadline for submission of nominations is Thursday, June 12th, 2025. And there's a brief application form that you fill out. So I hope many people in the community will consider nominating projects for this round of preservation awards. It only happens every 2 years. Thank you.
One suggestion, since that's just a little over 2 weeks, our experience in the past is people take times months. We don't want to take months, but I would only suggest, would you want to give a little extension since 2 weeks is probably not.
We did post the applications on the website previously, but that said, if you feel like this is the announcement and it's important that, the
When was it
public,
posted? What date?
I don't have that
And
in
have
my
you
screen.
marketed it to the community somehow, social media or?
I believe,
Is-
and if Lindsay were still here, I believe there's been a push to the
I got it.
community.
You did?
I
Okay.
believe, I believe there's been a lot of outreach between Lindsay and
So
Tammy.
just real quickly, when did this get posted? Just so I know how much time people have had.
Sure,
A week ago? I don't care exactly, but
I don't.
a week
shoot,
ago? When'd you get
Is it
the
a week
notice,
ago?
Stacy?
I don't know.
In
I don't-
May?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was in May.
Well, you could always extend the deadline,
We certainly
but
could.
I'm
if-
just telling you in the past,
Yep.
we needed at least 90 days.
Oh, okay. We were trying to stay on
Unless people are
this. Okay,
more interested in
we can definitely
today
extend
than
the
last 10
deadline.
years.
Certainly.
I don't know.
We can do that. We were trying to stay on the schedule from 2 years ago, so we've been holding ourselves to that schedule, but we can absolutely
Leave it up to
extend
you.
it.
If you want to extend it, if you don't get anything, we can.
That sounds great. That's
All
a
right.
great
Okay,
plan.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
And not everybody gets a trophy. Preservation awards. Okay. Public comment on non-agenda items. If you would like to speak on non-agenda items, and if you're out there remote and want to electronically raise your hand, please do so now. Or any in the room, please come up and state your name into the mic. And I don't see anybody. So we'll go ahead and start the meeting. Just to remind everybody of the process, the HARC chair introduces the project, staff gives a presentation, and then answers questions. Then the applicant gives their presentation and answers questions. We ask them to be 30 minutes or less, please. And then we'll have public comment, which we ask everybody to stick to 3 minutes or less. And a good way to do that, if somebody has said the same thing you want to say, please still come up and say that you agree or something, but you don't need to read the same sentence. And then the applicant may address comments made by the public comment ends, and the board deliberates and makes a decision. So that's the process. Thanks for your cooperation in that. Let's move on to the first public hearing item of the evening. And it is the Halsted Overlook. It is consideration, recusals.
I need to recuse myself. I'm gonna sit there.
Okay, thank you. So Stacy's recused, for the record. So the Halsted Overlook is consideration application for small scale new construction of a principal structure outside the THLD on a lot with pre-construction grade or slope of the building site coverage 25% or greater, regardless of floor area per land use code 72031A3. Legal descriptions, lot 16, the Overlook, Telluride subdivision. Cornell plat recorded August 30th, 2018. Under reception number 454591, County of San Miguel. It's at 724 Primrose in the Hillside Developing 2 Zone District. The owner has been in Meadow LLC, a Colorado LLC, applicant Alpine Planning and Tommy Hine Architects, and staff member Kristen Clothier.
Thank you so much, Mark. So at the beginning of each of these public hearing sessions, we put up our standards for review, which are in section 5206D of the Land Use Code. So after hearing evidence and considering the comments of all persons interested in a matter, the reviewing body shall render a decision accompanied by any necessary findings and have them entered into the minutes. In its findings, the reviewing body should report the facts found and its conclusions, and whether the development application is approved with conditions, recommended for approval by another body, tabled, or continued pending receipt of additional information, or denied. The reviewing body shall not be required to take final action on a development application during the same meeting at which evidence or testimony from interested persons has been taken, and may continue the matter in accordance with the limitations set forth in section 5205C of this article. Thank you for bearing with me as I read this. So we are looking at 724 Primrose Lane, the Halsted Overlook. This is a project that was continued, as Mark mentioned, from February 19th and April 16th. This is just a brief overview, legal description, etc., land use, architectural, historic. I'm going to go pretty quickly through some of this because this is our third public hearing on this project. So I'm just going to stay high level and focus on the conditions from the last public hearing. So as everyone knows, the overall precepts of the design guidelines are keep it simple, keep it in scale, respect historic resources, and make all new design compatible with the existing context. For this project, the following standards and guidelines apply: developing hillside, steep lots, exterior and site lighting standards and guidelines. So the April 16th, 2025 HARC conditions, there were 5 of them. I'm not going to read them here. I'm just going to go through each one by one and share updates on the project and staff's analysis. And at the end, I'll provide a motion that addresses any conditions that may not have yet been met. So I'm going out of order and just knocking off some of the ones that are very straightforward first. Condition 5 was to reduce the number of bedrooms. This was to come into land use code compliance, and the applicant has taken a bedroom, converted it into an art studio, made some changes to the project plan set. So now the number of bedrooms has been reduced from 6 to 5. This in turn reduces the number of required parking spaces from 4 to 3, making the 3 parking spaces as shown compliant with the land use code. Condition 5 has been met. Condition 1 was to further revise the building forms, including but not limited to the upper and west entry and carports, to minimize the perceived mass, especially the south elevation per DH 16A. And condition 4 was to revise the parking areas to have less of a visual impact per DH number 13A. Staff finds that condition number 1 and condition number 4 have been met by the following. The southern elevation has been revised to further reduce the perceived mass. The gable and shed roof forms on the west side of the structure have been replaced with flat roof forms, allowing for a reduction in height and reducing the perceived mass. The highest westerly roof height above the single covered carport and bike trash storage area has been reduced by 3 feet and a little over 6 inches with the change in roof form. The most westerly roof form's height has been reduced by over a foot. The single covered carport has been set back an additional 2 feet 6 inches from Primrose Lane by reducing the size of the parking area. Part of the solid southerly wall has been revised to a transparent steel mesh, and the half wall has been removed from the easterly double covered carport and replaced with a railing designed to match the eastern parking space. Finally, the structure effectively steps back into the steep hillside. And additionally, the applicant, to address the mass issue, has removed 1 retaining wall and reduced 2, and that will come up later as well pertaining to another condition. So you can see the previous elevation and proposed elevation, previous above, proposed below. And I'm sure the applicant will get into this in more detail, so I'll just move quickly forward. But I'm happy to answer any questions at any point along the way. This is sort of zoomed in on the south elevation so that you can see those changes. And there are also, based on what I just described as the changes made, it also reduces the perceived mass from the north to very minimal massing, and also from either of the sides. So this is the east and west elevation. Back to the April 16th, 2025 HARC conditions. Condition 2 was to further reduce the level yard to better respect the steep hillside and site's natural resources per DH number 2C and SL 4A1, and develop a more natural landscape scheme per DH 11A 1 and 5. So the applicant has worked to meet this condition as well. The previously proposed level yard has been replaced in part with an earthen roof with native grasses. The southern part of the yard area has been reduced to a 6 foot 6 inch depth. There's additional trees, bushes, native grass plantings, boulders interspersing the area. If you remember, it was a very flat, level yard initially. And again, reminding you that 1 previously proposed retaining wall along the previous front yard of the yard area has been removed, and another retaining wall on the east end has been reduced. So the yard area now follows the natural topography of the site, which is something we had discussed at the last public hearing. So staff finds that the landscaping respects and integrates with the steep hillside context and natural resources of the surroundings. The open flat yard area has been replaced with a landscape scheme that is rough, natural, and/or subdued in character. So staff finds that condition 2 has been met. And you can see this more closely here. So now, I'm going to hold on for 1 moment. Are we good? Okay. So now condition 3. On the south facade, further reduce the size and/or number of windows to reduce light spill per DH 23A and B, the size and/or number of doors per DH 24A, and the amount of glazing per ES 2A1. So between the first HARC meeting on the project in February and the April meeting, the amount of glazing was reduced by 16.7% overall. After the April HARC meeting, the applicant further reduced the amount of glazing on the southwest and north elevations, and that total reduction is 21.8% from the very beginning of the project in February until today. The glazing on the south elevation, which was the greatest concern to HARC, has been reduced by 121.24 square feet total since February for an overall reduction of 21.8%. And the size of the windows has also been reduced. So this reduction in glazing will significantly reduce light spill. You can see the reductions here. This is showing the south elevation and the west elevation. And this is sort of looking at the previous south elevation as compared to the proposed south elevation. And again, showing that 21.8% reduction and the reductions over time. Okay, so those were the 5 conditions that I just walked through very quickly. I want to give the applicant time as well. This is just a reminder note that Public Works Planning and Building staff have identified items that will need resolution prior to building permit issuance. These items should not impede the HARC review process. Public Works Planning and Building staff will ensure that these items are addressed at the appropriate time, including permanent drainage of site runoff with a specified retention infiltration capacity on site based on final plans, a landscaping irrigation plan, detailed utilities plan, confirmation of adequate on-site snow storage based on final plans, rockfall mitigation, construction impact plan, et cetera. So all that comes later. Staff findings and recommendations. Staff finds that the revised submittal addresses the conditions from the 4/16/25 HARC meeting, bringing the project into compliance with the design guidelines. And so this is a proposed motion, but so the proposed motion is to approve, that's just coming from staff. But if HARC would like to add conditions and or continue the project, you certainly can do that. But if you want to add conditions, I just included the language beneath. And I will stop now and can answer any questions along the way.
Okay, very good. Any questions? Okay, I don't think so. It was very clear. We'll hear from the applicant. Welcome back.
Hey, everybody, Tommy here. Stacy Lake is there as well. Is Chris, well, Chris didn't make it. I think staff did an excellent summary. I think we took all the conditions to heart, and you can see the changes in the massing. It's essentially a non-building from the road now. When we say streetscape, it's a collection of structure and metal screening and a couple solid wood elements just to break up the mass. And I think all the other conditions speak for themselves. So I look forward to, if you have any questions, I'm here to help.
Thank you. By the way, can you put AO.4 on the screen? Drawing AO.4, it's the
Oh.
streetscape, South Streetscape. But anyway, questions for the applicant? I'll just say that Kristen pretty much went through every condition and how you responded. Normally that's part of your speech, but I appreciate you not being redundant because we see the progress that was made, I think. So, but I'll
Sure.
see if any questions at all. Okay,
Do you have a?
I haven't joined the meeting. I
Oh,
would need, I would
no
have to join.
Sure.
well,
Yeah, no problem. Just take me.
yeah,
a minute.
take your time. Okay, so if there's nothing else, we should hear from the public. And do we have any public comment on this project? Okay, don't see any. If you're out there electronically, raise your hand, but I don't see anybody, so we'll move on to deliberations. Frankly, we've got a long evening ahead of us. I think all of us went through the changes. Seems to me, if you're out there, I'd be glad to welcome any other comments on the conditions, but it seems to me they ticked off every one. So, and appreciate the progress. So I don't know if anybody else has anything.
And
Talk about-
which sheet did you want Mark up? Remind me what you wrote.
Well, it was the streets AO.4.
Okay, great.
It just showed
There we go.
context to the house behind and then this house, et cetera.
Sure.
But anyway, anybody have any comments on the conditions or additional conditions?
I'll start. Just real simple. I think the changes to the mass and scale and the windows are very minimal. I still think the project is not in scale. That just is
Which portion?
all of it. It's just too much house perched on the hillside. I appreciate the way it's articulated and the way it's broken up. And I think I'm in the minority here. I had the same opinion last time, and I think the changes are very minimal, both to mass and scale and the windows on the south elevation. That's my comment.
Okay. Other comments?
I definitely think that the glazing can still be reduced further.
The 21.8% on mostly south elevation?
Yeah.
So,
Could we bring up A3.3? Just shows the revisions on the south elevation. Primarily seems to be the two square windows that were removed from the previous carport. and some really small reductions in widths of various other windows.
Is the concern that south elevation pretty much only on what glazing?
Yeah, yeah, and it's primarily the sort of larger grouping of three with the adjacent single kind of right in the center.
So the 3 packs?
That's what I was grabbing my attention as well.
Okay. Staying on 3.3, since it's in front of us. We see where they made the changes. I guess I'm trying to figure out where it doesn't comply with section, in particular with mass and scale. I mean, it looks much less overpowering than what we have, especially on that west area. They did what we asked on the carports, took out the mass, but I'm wanting to know where are the concerns?
Sure, I mean, again, I think I'm in the minority. I had the same opinion last review. This feels like a 4-story building perched on the hillside to me and not nestled into the project. So I would either bury the lower walkout level or semi walkout level, or I would reduce or eliminate the carports. I mean, I think it's that significant. Again, I don't think I'm in the minority here, but that's been consistent.
You mean
in
the
my
east
opinion.
carport with that shed, Matt, or where are you talking?
The whole project is, to me, especially the western side, feels like 4 stories perched on the hillside.
On
instead
the
of-
west?
Yes. So, I mean, I'm not, again, I'm not gonna sit here and dwell on it. I'm in the minority, maybe should do a straw poll, but I think it's a further reduction. I think it's a reinstatement of conditions 1 and 4. I think the other conditions have been satisfied.
Mark, if I could just jump in, I wasn't here at the last
Okay.
hearing, so again, I'm a little reluctant to chime too much in. If you, and Andrew, I don't know if you were here at the last one, if you guys feel like the conditions were met, it's hard for me to say that they weren't, since I wasn't the one making them. But I would say I tend to agree with Matt. I think especially the west side just springs out of the hillside rather than feeling like it's nestled in or contouring to it. Especially if you see it from that elevation on the west side, it's just seems huge to me. But again, if the two of you feel like the conditions have been met, I don't feel as though I can really.
Okay, let's go back to the so we can see the hillside and particularly 0 west portion. Look at that we were at a 0.4 once. Who's doing it?
Which,
A 0.4?
sure,
Do you have it, Kristen, or?
I do.
You got it.
I was looking up a different one for Stacy, so sorry. Here we go.
Can you zoom in on that?
I find it hard to believe some of these comments based on what was approved above.
Not now, Tommy. It's
So-
not the time for that.
Fortunately, we're in
Yeah,
operations and if we bring up something new and different, we'll come back.
Okay.
to it. But yeah, if you can zoom in on that a little bit. I guess the quote context of the neighborhood. You go back to where you were,
Oh,
A
okay.
0.4.
Yeah, this is that. Sorry, I'm just trying to zoom.
What drawing you're looking for?
Is this the one you're looking for?
Drawing A 0.4.
There's 4.
There it is.
drawings.
Go back. And if you could zoom in on that, I want to look at the context of the neighborhood.
Sorry, there were 4 drawings and I thought you were looking for.
All right, yeah, if you could zoom in on that, please.
Sure.
So the concern of a couple board members, or at least seems to be this west side. Let's go zoom in just a little more. Okay. They had the big soaring gable, and so we told them take it off. They did. I mean, I'm looking at this and saying, as far as consistency, look what we have behind it. I mean, mass and scale, it almost looks dwarfed. So that I guess context of neighborhood, I shared the concern all the way along on this west end with you and others. But when I look at this, I don't know, maybe there's something. I mean, I think they satisfied us on the east end of the carports. It's, you know, they got rid of the big wall and put grading and so forth. Is there a particular aspect of the west side? Is it that gabled feature, Matt, or what? What can we do?
Again, it feels like 4 stories to me. It feels perched on the hillside. This drawing, I think, is a little deceiving to look at. It's hard to tell what is this project and the project behind. The project behind is also cut into the hillside. This definitely does not make it look like it fits in, but for the presentation that we saw, this applicant, it felt like it was contoured and felt part of the hillside. This project being on the other side of the road feels like it's perched on the hillside. And to me, I'd appreciate not having the gruffs from the applicant. It feels like it's 4 stories to me still.
On that west side?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I expressed my feelings. Andrew? They done enough or not?
Well, I mentioned the glazing already.
Yeah, I'm good.
They did significantly lower the carport on the west side. It is a very dominant entryway coming out of that down to the main house. I mean, there's just rafters over it. It's not really offering any type of protection from the elements. I don't know. It's such a different model than the one above it. And that's obviously now what we're comparing it to. And this view that we have right here in front of us is also one that's not going to be seen by the eye. Everyone's going to be looking at this from way up, coming down the gondola, or if you're driving on a street, you're going to be looking up. So it's really, and they're blocked by other buildings, trees. And it's really hard to get this view anywhere else. So I think it's in a sense a little misleading. I also see where Matt is coming from. This is a really difficult one for me because I see both sides, and the fact that both of these lots are extremely large lots, and this is what they're kind of begging for by having them plotted out like this. And as a homeowner, I get it. Want to maximize your square footage as much as possible.
Could we go to an elevation that looks from the west and do the litmus test of how does it blend into the hillside again, the stepping stone?
Sure. It'll just take me a moment.
I don't know what drawing that is, you Stacy. Well, actually.
3.6.
3.6.
Great, thank you, Matt.
I mean, the other thing about what she's calling up massive scale is they broke up this into these separate little buildings rather than one big mass. I guess that's what swayed me that they so far, but looking at this west elevation, I mean, you see how it's laying there on the hillside. And a carport on top, is there, well, it's not for us to figure out, but I'm in concurrence with, it could go along with some reduction of fenestration, 2-3 packs. But I'm good with the mass and scale at this stage. But let's just do a straw poll.
And then this will get brought back to us on another project that's really big. This will be used as an example. So we just got to get it right.
Yeah. Definitely, I mean, all right. But it's certainly, I think we all agree a lot less mass and scale than what's behind it. I mean, we have to, put the picture down. But let's just take a straw poll.
Can you start that way since I wasn't there?
Oh, straw poll. So, fenestration reduction, Andrew. Is this approvable with what they've made? Changes on mass and scale on this west end? I guess it's time to decide.
I would like to see the reduce in fenestration on the south elevation and the mass and scale on the west side.
Okay, Matt?
I agree with, Andrew.
Ditto.
Okay, well, I'm outvoted. So, we can, I concurred with staff, but we can make a motion with 2 new conditions. I tell you, I think I gotta give credit to them. They've come a long ways, but is this the 3rd meeting or do we need permission for a 4th? I
This
can't
is
remember.
the 3rd meeting, so I would, if you,
You gotta get permission from the
Anyways,
town
if
manager
you-
to hear it again?
if you don't approve it with conditions and you approve it, you continue it, yes. I
Well,
would.
normally we don't approve with mass and scale condition. One last straw poll. You want Kristen and I looking at this mass and scale when they come back with changes as an approval with those, with the new conditions we're gonna add, or you want to look at it again?
I
4th time.
I am fine with approving it with conditions. Just so you know, I still think it's out of scale. Again, I'm just one out of 5 voting here, but
Well, we're gonna
Or-
add some conditions for sure.
Yeah. I'm fine approving with conditions.
Oh, okay.
Basically just reinstating 1, 4, and 3 is what I would
Hang on, let me
suggest.
look at that. 1,
Actually, let's see, does number 3 talk about just the south facade? Yeah, it does.
okay. So 1, 3,
And 4 talks about. It's right under number 1 here. Talking about revising the parking area to have less visual impact.
now that was focusing on the east end mostly. Well, both ends.
That
But
didn't
have we
say-
have they satisfied it on the east end just so we can? There's no building, it's a gabled roof.
Sure.
Okay, so it's 1, 3, and 4 pertaining to the west? Or does 3 cover, or 1 cover that, Matt? It's up to you. Like to you to make the motion.
I think 1 will stand as is.
1 and, okay,
That describes
and then
the
3,
Upper West End Street and the carports.
I would agree with that.
so 1 and 3 enough? Or you need something from 4?
Let's see. I would prefer to keep 1 in, but 1 is in a sense encapsulated, sorry, 4 is one in a sense encapsulated in 1, so we could drop it down to just 1 and 3.
Okay, conditions 1 and 3, I think we're all agreed, right? I mean, that's what we're gonna do.
Fine with me.
Okay, you wanna make the motion?
Sure. I move to approve the small scale new construction at 724 Primrose Lane, lot 16, the overlook at Telluride subdivision PUD, East Telluride addition based on the staff memo dated May 21st, 2025 with the following conditions. Number 1 and number 3 reinstated.
So if you're gonna do it like that, would you state where the date of the minutes that, or where those
Oh.
numbers come from?
Or previous conditions from the last meeting of 1 and 3,
Can
right?
I just say previous conditions?
If I need a date.
April 16th.
April 16th?
25.
Okay, there you go.
16. Okay, let me back this up. I'm going to start with, based on the staff memo dated May 21st, 2025, with the following conditions reinstated from the April 16th, 2025 meeting, number 1 and number 3. This motion is based on evidence and testimony provided at a public hearing held on May 21st, 2025, with notice of such hearing provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code. Revised plans incorporating the condition of approval shall be submitted within 60 days of its approval, or this approval becomes null and void unless otherwise indicated. The revised drawing submitted For a certificate of appropriateness must be a complete set with any changes to the drawings, clouded and labeled. Any changes to the drawings beyond the conditions of approval may result in more than one submittal being required.
Do you have a second?
Kieran, a second.
How do you vote?
Kieran, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes?
Andrew, yes.
Okay, it's approved with conditions. Thank you. All right, next one is the Tea House, continuation from March 19th. It's consideration application for a small scale repositioning of a designated THS primary structure in the historic commercial district for land use code 7203A 3B4 and a small scale addition to an existing building in the historic commercial zone. It will increase the structure floor area by more than 25% and result in a building that will contain 1,000 square feet, but less than 2,500. For land use code 72038. Legal descriptions, lot 8, block 2, town of Telluride at 320 West Colorado, historic commercial zone. Owner, Olgar LLC, applicant, CCY Architects, staff member, Kristen Collier.
Okay, so I am again going to go pretty quickly through my presentation. I'm sure the applicant will add to it as well. So again, background I'm not going to get into because this is the second public hearing on this project. That's the existing above, the proposed below. I won't get into the site significance in context because I went over this at the last meeting and the history of this property, but it's in the packet for anyone who is interested in learning more about the property in particular. So the request for this project is to lift and reposition the supporting house, rehabilitate the supporting house, construct addition to the rear. I already went over the design guidelines, so I'm going to move forward and state that the standards and guidelines that apply here are rehabilitation, Main Street commercial, alley shed and secondary structures, and exterior and site lighting. So one of the March 19, 2025 HARC conditions was to produce a drawing showing all the lighting is permanently down directed, does not spill over property boundaries, confirming minimum of 500 lumens, no duplicative fixtures that light the same area, and that all fixtures are downlit. So staff analysis, a detailed lighting plan, multiple pages are included in your packet, was provided. All proposed fixtures do not exceed the maximum of 500 lumens. All lighting is fully and permanently down directed and does not spill over the property boundaries. So there's no duplication of fixtures, and condition 10 has been met. I'm starting with the quick ones, and again, there will be a few with more elaboration later on. Another March 19, 2025 condition, condition 8. The following statements must be included in the final plan set. They pertained to the aligning of the foundation, the movement of the historic structure. So the statements were included by the applicant in sheets A104 and sheets A105. You can see the notes, demolition and rehabilitation. They've added these in, and so condition 8 has been met. Oops, that's backwards. Condition number 7 was to eliminate the fire pit, consistent with MS 9A1. They have eliminated the fire pit, so I'm confirming that, and condition 7 has been met. The condition 6 was to show a planting plan for appropriate and traditional plants per MS 16A. Staff analysis. The applicant has provided a detailed landscaping plan showing the amount of landscaping, green space proposed, inclusive of a green roof, upper yard and front yard. The landscaping in the front yard has been redesigned really so as not to detract from the ability to view the front facade of the supporting structure. And they have revised the landscaping to include subdued rustic natural plants, which are now prominent in the landscape design. So condition 6 has been met. Condition 1 was to allow the east-west repositioning of the historic structure up to a maximum of 3.125 inches, excuse me, consistent with RE1A5. They have demonstrated that they are shifting it east 3.125 inches. So, and you, HARC, approved this repositioning on 3/19/25. So condition 1 has been met. Condition number 2 is to demonstrate with drawing section view the minimum height required to raise the historic structure consistent with RE1, A4, RE11, A1, A2, A3, A4. They provided an extra sheet that shows the raising and the reasons they need to raise it the exact amount they are to get a 2.5% slope away from the historic structure, whereas presently a 7.6% slope downwards towards the historic structure from the sidewalk and street grade. And so they are proposing to elevate the minimum possible, which is to make the existing finished floor level elevation 1 foot 4 7/8 inches below the sidewalk elevation. Oh, that's sorry. Currently, it's 1 foot 4 7/8 inches below the sidewalk elevation at the front property line. And I just talked about the slopes. So they are asking to raise the structure 1 foot 11 7/8 inches so that it's elevated 7 inches above the sidewalk elevation at the front property line to achieve that 2.5% slope. So I believe staff believes they've demonstrated that they are increasing the finished floor elevation, the minimum necessary to meet historic preservation goals. And so condition 2 has been met. I'll keep going very quickly here. You're welcome to slow me down if you would like. Condition number 3 was to allow the repositioning of the historic structure to its original orientation with the primary wall planes oriented parallel to the parcel's front property line, consistent with RE1A1. They will be rotating the historic structure 0.86 degrees. They demonstrate that in the plan set with the primary wall planes oriented parallel with the parcel's front property line. HARC approved the rotation to return the historic structure to its original orientation on 3/19/25. So condition 3 has been met. Condition 4 pertained to the materiality and openings of the new addition and the type placement and groupings of the windows and doors to be compatible with that seen historically, replacing unpainted rustic siding with the material and treatment appropriate for an addition, with the material more appropriate for the addition to a primary historic structure. So they have, on the left is the previous design, on the right is the proposed new design. They have, made the window proportion 2:1 to match historic proportions. They have changed the depth of the battens. They have changed, basically just adjusted what they had initially proposed so that it is more in line with historic proportions and historic materials. And they now are proposing a more finished stained wood as well versus the weathered over time unstained proposal initially. So it was initially unfinished. So that's where they are today. And so, as I mentioned, window opening has been revised 2:1. 1 to 2 horizontal wood boards have been replaced by 1x4 horizontal wood boards. The battens are now 2x2 versus 2x4 deep, which is more compatible with that seen historically. And I already mentioned the materiality. So I also note here that the new addition is not visible from Colorado Ave nor the alley. The applicant has made sure that the historic structure is all you see from Colorado. And so staff believes condition 4 has been met. Condition 5 was to increase the alley stairwell railing transparency to reduce the massing, consistent with a number of guidelines, and to step back the garage further to the north, including the stairs on the west side of the garage for other guidelines. I'm doing these together because the same illustrations demonstrate compliance with both. So these are going to be before and afters. The applicant will probably do a better job of showing them overlaid so that you can see the distinction more clearly, but this was the before, and you'll note the solid railing that comes out quite far in front of the neighboring contributing shed, the solidity of the garage structure, and this is the update, which I can go over the specifics here. The stairwell has been set back 19 feet 6 inches from the property line, significantly decreasing the massing of the stairwell and associated railing, which is also now a significantly more transparent material versus the previous solid. The stairwell and railing no longer dominates over the contributing shed on the adjacent property. The bottom segment of the railing is entirely transparent, as you can see, and the bottom few stairs are below the grade of the contributing shed at this point. So the adjacent property, they're not competing with the contributing shed. So as viewed from the alley moving west to east, the historic shed is prominent, and the stairwell and railing are now nearly imperceptible. Plantings at the base of the stairwell further soften the view from the alley and break up the expansive impervious surface. Still speaking to the same two conditions, here's a before and here's a new proposed illustration. So a large opening at the westerly entrance to the garage now provides a partially unobstructed view of the historic shed from the alley when approaching from the east. The garage is set back 6 feet 6 inches from the alley overall, which is 1 foot 6 inches more than the required 5-foot setback. But one half of that garage facing the alley has a large opening that extends back from the alley 19 feet 6 inches in front of the garage door, with just one post at the westerly corner placed 6 feet 6 inches from the alley, as you can see there. Again, a before and an after. The upper garage facade facing the alley has been reduced in height, and the upper railing surrounding the rear of the upper yard now steps back from the alley 7 feet 3 inches and is highly transparent, significantly reducing the massing along the alley. What was the 6-foot solid parapet with a 1 foot of semi-transparent railing above has been replaced with a 3-foot 8-inch solid parapet with 1 feet of semi-transparent railing above and a 2-foot high step back, highly transparent railing further above. And so you can see that stepping back. Views through the transparent upper railings now also allow plantings to break up and soften the alley facing facade at 2 levels. And finally, still pertaining to the same two conditions, the alley context map demonstrates that the proposed alley setbacks are consistent and appropriate in this location. The blue is the property being discussed. So staff finds that condition 5 and condition 9 have been met. I'm sure I spent more time on this one because I imagine this would be something that HARC will discuss further, as you did at the first hearing. So I tried to provide you with a lot of background. So that's it for conditions. Same as before, Public Works has identified items, as did planning, building staff, that will be addressed later on in the project. They are listed in your staff packet, so I won't state them again, but similar to the previous project. And staff findings and recommendations. So the proposed project, staff finds, is in compliance with the Town of Telluride design guidelines and standards. The applicant proposes to rehabilitate a historic structure on Colorado Ave. The addition is not visible from Colorado Ave and is subordinate to the historic structure. The mass scale and siding of the proposed addition to the historic structure are consistent with the design guidelines. The residential component of the addition is below grade. The applicant, per staff, have addressed all of HARC's conditions from the March 19, 2025 public hearing. So staff recommends approval. And this is a motion to approve. You're also welcome to continue. And should you add conditions in, I again provided that language. I am stopping now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for
course.
Kristen? Okay, no questions. We'll hear from the applicant. Get this pulled up.
Simon Elliott with CCY Architects. Thank you, Kristen. That was very nice intro, very thorough. And in fact, I mean, we have prepared quite a presentation, but I think we're going to be able to race through quite a bit of it. We are certainly prepared to respond to and directly address conditions, standards, and guidelines, if you have questions, but I think it might be redundant and not value of your time for us to hit all those again. as Kristen
I think
does.
if you just focus on the 1 through 10, I mean, we've seen this multiple times now.
Yep. Perfect. So,
Oops.
sorry, it's not catching, it wasn't the screen wasn't catching up. So just, obviously, existing conditions of the house of the historic, asset there with all its non-historic, additions. This is a picture of the, streetscape, both Colorado Ave and then the alley. One thing to note here is obviously the, from the Colorado Ave elevation that you cannot see, as Kristen had mentioned before, the, addition which we have proposed. And the current, existing view up to the ski area is maintained. There's no building visible behind our addition. And then the, alley view and its relationship to the, adjacent properties there. This is just a map locating it on the, in town. Next view just of the historic asset and then a photograph of it from back in the 1890s and its historic state, which we were using quite a bit of that to refer to how to upgrade, restore it. Next shot there is actually just showing the adjacent contributing structure in its original state and then its post altered restored state. Just really, this is our, we don't need to.
Very much thorough
Yeah,
presentation.
much more thorough, but same with the site plan. Obviously, existing conditions. This is showing the building, which is the historic structure, which is slightly rotated, which we are planning to rotate and shift, both of which were approved previously. Ground level or alley level plan, just indicating that we've got a parking spot in the garage. We've got enough room for another parking spot in front of the garage door. Trash and utility enclosure is prepared, and then our main level slightly enlarged with the addition, so that we've got 1,000 square feet for our commercial space and our rooftop garden terrace. These were the conditions that Kristen has gone through. We can jump to the next. I will just speak briefly to numbers 2, 4, 6, and 7. Let's go through this. So number 2, why don't we just this is the raising the building. So Kristen did describe it quite well already in that the current existing building at the grade is sloping down to the building. The way we determined how much we needed to raise the building is we brought the main level up to sidewalk height and then took 2.5% slope away from the building, which translated into an additional 7 inches, bringing the building up. Now, one thing to just note on this is that the relationship of grade to the foundation to where the siding is not changing. We are bringing the grade up with the building, so the appearance of the building on the site does not change. We are not exposing more foundation around the building. Next page was just, there had been a comment in the last hearing that we had where people were asking for a plan view which showed the grades, and that's what we've done in this, both before and after. Condition 4 deals with materiality of our addition. That is a previous design that we shared with you.
Sorry,
Here's here's the updated design. More transparency in our railing. The scale of the siding that we're proposing has been changed to make it feel more appropriate with conditions that you see around town and around the alley. And as Kristen mentioned, we're now using a stained rather than a naturally weathering siding. And then probably the other major thing is really the change in the proportion, size, scale of the window in that addition. Condition 6 and 7 really have to do with the landscaping plan. And as Kristen already indicated, the landscape has been submitted showing the plantings, which are consistent with what you see around town. So nothing crazy happening there. And then our final view here where we have removed the fire pit, which was once out in this area in front of the commercial space. Plantings, something you'd see around town. We maintain
lawn as
got rid of the lawn. That's right. Yeah, we now have a crusher fine sort of compacted gravel surface out there. Maintain a wrought iron fence in front so we don't obstruct any of the view to the historic asset.
From here, we're going to move into conditions 5 and 9. I think probably where we spent the majority of our conversation last time, and I would suspect where we'll spend the majority of our time this go around. So don't need to read the conditions or the guidelines that were cited to you at this point. But again, we're prepared to get into deep conversation, answer any questions about guidelines, how we've complied with guidelines. Want to try to be respectful of your time. I know there's a big project, a big work session on the agenda tonight that will keep you guys here quite late. So trying to be respectful. Moving through a series of slides, I think we're really excited about the direction and the outcome of the project since we last shared this with you. So this is going to sort of be a continuous format of this is old, and then we're going to be advancing to new as we move through this presentation. So this is the old, this is the new. So again, the staircase sliding 19.5 feet to the north to really not have it competing with the historic shed next door. One thing in Kristen's presentation that was in error was she had mentioned that the face of the garage was 6 feet 6 inches back from the property line. It's actually the same 19 feet 6 inches back from the property line. So in terms of thinking about the guidelines, creating a multitude of surfaces to break up this elevation and think about how this building is perceived at a pedestrian scale, as well as thinking about the articulation from the addition of sort of this lintel detail to minimizing this corner so that there's more transparency, so that you really read the element above more as a deck rather than the front elevation of this that is 18 inches now off of the alley setback as a building face, but you rather read this as a combination of building faces with this deck that projects, creates shadows, brings the scale down to a pedestrian level.
Could you hold on that slide? Just,
Mhm.
this will save time later.
Yeah.
3 quick questions on this slide. So the stairs were moved back how many feet to the north?
19 feet 6
But
inches
from where they were?
from where they were, which was
Okay.
at the alley setback.
And the face of the garage underneath door was moved back how many feet? Just because
That actually didn't move. We've just tried to create more visibility, more perceived open space by sort of thinning up this corner. So the garage plane itself didn't actually, it might have moved.
I think it moved 18 inches.
It moved 18 inches.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was just remembering we made that change.
okay, and the front face of the garage next to the Elks building, the Proud, how far proud are we of the Elks building now? And or did that move or not move?
It moved 18 inches back.
Okay.
I can give you the dimension from the property line and from the setback.
No, that's okay.
I can't give you the dimension from the
How
Elks
far
building.
proud are we of the Elks building?
That dimension I can't. I've got it from the property line and the setback. I don't have a measurement from the Elks building.
I mean, we had some dialogue at the last meeting about this. Well, should it be?
I'm going to advance to the next slide because we've got a plan that speaks to some of this.
Thank you.
I'm actually we might come back to those. But so here you can see the plan. So the building face of the garage is back at this 19 feet 6. The face of the core 10 steel element is back at 6'6" from the property line or 18 inches from the setback. The face of the building directly adjacent to the Elks is set back 13 feet, 3-ish inches. And I think that's an important detail we missed, that this front enclosure, like many alley trash and utility enclosures that you see in alleys all around town, is largely a core 10 screen, is very transparent. So the face of the building is back near the Elks building, and the trash enclosure and the deck above come out to that point 18 inches. And so I can go back to those views, Mark, to help you better understand that. So
In the face of that, the footprint of the building at grade, the footprint of the enclosed building is actually about 20 inches, only 20 inches in front of the Elks building.
So there's something amiss with our modeling here in terms of the transparency, but you can see the transparency here. And as we move to later views of this side of the building, you'll continue to see the transparency of this.
Okay,
trash.
but for that corner, southeast corner is how far proud of the Elks building now?
We don't have that exact
Well, we
dimension.
discussed it at the last meeting. It was a discussion. We didn't specify how many feet to move it back. We just said,
We'll get on a PDF and measure it and
all right, okay,
circle back with you on it. So
continue.
we were focused on the property line and the setback. So as we move to this, Kristen spoke to this briefly. So we looked at a figure ground context, both in terms of footprints as well as decks and sort of additive elements, particularly in the alley. This probably isn't very useful in terms of its scale. So blowing this up, this shows our building footprint at Colorado Avenue in blue, the building footprint at the alley level in black, and in gray are decks. And as you can see in terms of the surrounding vicinity, which the guidelines specifically ask us to be in context with, there's many other deck elements that extend in some cases over the setback, in many cases to the setback on both sides of the alley. So this is just another view. We already spent some time on this slide, so I think we can move through this relatively quickly. But again, the face of the building was at the setback, as was the stair at the setback in our previous submittal. So this is now a shot of our previous proposal looking east down the alley. This is that new proposal. I think it's worth, citing on condition 9 specifically and alley standard 1B, locate any new buildings such that the visual continuity of the alley is maintained. I think it's hard to argue that this proposal does not maintain the continuity of the alley. The next part of that condition or that guideline B1, consider preservation of view corridors along alleys when positioning buildings and fences. I think it's clear in both this view and as we move to the next one, again, our previous proposal and now our new proposal, that even with this extension into the alley, it's very much in context with the surrounding conditions in the alley and has no impact on the view corridor to the east towards the Box Canyon. Another view that Kristen had shared. This is really about, again, starting to open up some transparency by reducing the mass at this corner and getting some view back to the historic shed with that stair sliding back out of the way. And again, lightening up this corner. I think one of the other focuses of previous conditions was about this building stepping down to the alley, which I think it's a bit of a challenging thing. It's a one-story building. 4-story buildings have been approved on this site in the past. So I think the nature of this being a one-story building, it is stepped down to the alley. The land use code allows for significantly more here, but trying to be collaborative, honor, what the concerns from staff were, and working closely with Kristen, we developed the idea of not having the facade of this building grow up to become the guardrail, but step the guardrail back another 9 inches, change the design of that guardrail so it becomes more open, more transparent, more distinguished from the facade of the building on the alleyscape, and effectively creates a small step down in this facade to get the height of what's seen as maybe the primary building form a little bit lower here. And then another view here of our previous application. And now our proposed application, where you see the detail of that stepped back guardrail, the transparency of the trash enclosure and utility enclosure, the planter in front of the stairs, as well as the stairs, really creating a gap and a separation between the vast majority of the mass of our building and the historic shed next door. So bringing this back to really speak to, a guideline that you guys had referenced for condition 5, which was MS 20.B, and that is traditional spacing patterns created by the repetition of uniform building widths along streets and alleys must be maintained. Maintain the traditional building modules on alley elevations elevation height should be within the established range of the vicinity. New construction and addition should be compatible with height, width, depth of adjacent historic buildings. So using this alley side elevation to speak to the nature and scale of really what is on the alley here is the shortest of the things that are on the alley, and the width is in keeping with other properties along this alley view. One thing we did want to bring up, and again, I know it might have been a previous board. This is from a previous application that was presented and received preliminary approval for mass and scale on this project. I want to point out that as we look at this, that the footprint of this building on the alley level was at the 5-foot setback. This stair started at the 5-foot setback as it had in our previous application. And above what we have, there were additional 3 inhabitable stories. So again, I know precedent is not something you guys focus on, but in this case, the difference between what had received preliminary approval before and what we are seeking to do here is so drastically different that we think there is a relevance to be considered in this conversation. And with that, I'll turn it over to your questions.
Good job.
Thanks.
Questions?
I think at the last meeting we asked, or it maybe came up, I don't know if it was a direct question, but there was a discussion about what sort of discussion had been going on with the neighbor to the west about that historic shed and the impact this would have to that.
Mhm.
It didn't seem like there had been any. Has there been any this time?
Our client had some initial discussions with them. We had some initial discussions since our last hearing. We have not. I actually learned through his public comment, I think he's here this evening, that he'd reached out to me via email about 2 weeks ago, looking for some information on this application. And in the onslaught of emails, I'm sure you can all relate to, it was simply missed and did not connect with him. In terms of the adjacency, I guess to speak to his public comment in his letter, 0 lot line buildings meet one another all over this town in all types of construction. And these are solvable problems through means and methods. Not telling any of you anything that you don't know, but maybe helping our neighbor understand that these are solvable problems and they're problems we're willing to work with him on, but they're really means and methods of construction documents, not means and methods of the HARC approval. In terms of the eastern facade that meets our property line, it actually doesn't meet our property line. There's almost 5 inches between the face of his historic material and our property line. So as we build our building, we would be willing to work with him to take down the historic siding, make sure that there's a robust waterproof membrane installed, put the historic material back, build our building, work with the town to allow for an encroachment across our property line to effectively flash or greatly minimize the gap that exists between our buildings so that snow, water coming off of his roof doesn't find its way into that gap, or at least is greatly minimized. And then in addition to that, we would propose within that encroachment, working with the neighbor in the town, that we would pour a concrete cap that would slope from the north to the south to pull any water from that space out towards the alley and drain. So again, these aren't new problems for buildings in this zone district in Telluride. Almost every single building that gets built to a lot line faces challenges, whether it's wood frame, whether it's CMU, whether it's brick. So we're prepared to work with him and our general contractor to solve those issues.
It's the only question I had.
Other questions?
I've got a couple of questions. Well, thanks for that last statement, because that kind of rolled into a thought of drainage, and have you considered what you're going to do next to Dirk's shed? So it's encouraging what you've said, and hopefully we'll hear from Dirk in a bit, I imagine. I'm curious about the drainage on the front lawn, or the front area. What's your plan for drainage there?
We've got a civil engineer on board, and there'll be site area drains to pull water off and not drain to the sidewalk.
Okay. And that question's it's leading because if you're going to use area drains, obviously you can't discharge onto the sidewalk. You got to maintain or deal with drainage on your site. If you're doing that, you don't really then need a 212 slope all the way to the sidewalk. I mean, you're gonna be sloping back to your site a bit or dealing with that somehow. So just wanted to get your comment on that. That's my assumption.
I think how we'd be dealing with that is the 2.5% right now is planned to go to the sidewalk. And at the interface of the sidewalk to the public right of way, there'd be a linear drain that diverts that water. So again, that we're not draining and then takes that to an area drain. Does
Yeah.
that answer your question?
It sure does. Just give me a second here. Those are my only questions.
Other questions? I have two. Would you be receptive to under mass and scale, and you've done a lot, you've made a lot of progress here, but with those stairs being opened, tread to somewhat reduce further the mass and scale that goes up to from the alley? Appreciate that you moved them back, but
Right.
my question is, would you be receptive making those open?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think that the challenge with that is that once you make those open, you actually create an enclosed space underneath the stairs.
It collects
Which
garbage.
that collects garbage. It's there, they would no longer be accessible. And it would end up being, garbage, leaves, all sorts of stuff piling back in there if they were open underneath.
I think we prefer to work with the neighbor in the town of Telluride to address the zero lot line condition and allow those stairs to still be solid. As you know, this is a very small lot, and underneath those stairs, we're capturing precious square feet for the residential use underneath here in terms of their garage and storage and having enough space. And so switching to that open tread model causes us to lose almost with the width of the foundation wall, almost
For
4.5
storage.
feet
Yeah.
out of the garage.
And again,
which
it's 19'6" from the property line, and how far was it last time?
it was 5 feet from the property line on the setback.
So it went 14 foot back, roughly,
Yeah.
change, delta.
Yep.
Yes.
And then you were gonna tell me how proud of the Elks.
8 feet.
Oh, okay. It's 8 feet out into the alley from the Elks.
Yeah, 8'2" 3/4 inches by rough measurement. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, I don't care about the quarter.
3/16 actually.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for delineating that. That might influence me. Okay. No other questions? Okay. Make sure I've got all mine. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's hear from the public. If you'd like to come up, just read your name into the mic, and then if you're out there electronically, raise your hand. We'll go live first in the room.
Thank you all. Dirk Proctor, the property owner to the west. Generally speaking, I appreciate the changes that you guys have made on the alley side of things, and so it's nice to see it a little bit more transparent. My issue obviously is still the staircase and how we deal with that zero property line situation. I have to go back, and I made that comment in my letter as well, is that when I redid the shed, I actually suggested to then this board, as well as the administrator, which was Kay Simonson, as she's worked for the county, so you can ask her the next time you see her. It's like, give me 3 feet, just give me 3 feet from that property line because that shed is pretty narrow. And it was basically, the board told me, not dissimilar to what I've heard from you folks, is that no, the exact location is sacrosanct. We need to keep that exactly where it is. So this is a consequence of a policy that we have in a lot of ways. I do not deny my neighbors using their property to the best extent that they see fit. But what it does now is it creates, as you've seen from the diagram I've submitted, it creates a problem. Now, I've worked in construction for a little while. I've also worked with many architects over the years. And it's very easy. And I mean, I have some architects who I consider friends on this board. and I've met these folks as architects. And it's all easy to say, well, these are all solvable problems. Yeah, they are. And most problems in construction are solvable. It's just a matter of cost. I grew up in the Netherlands, and believe me, I know how that works. So the reality is here is that I anticipate that you probably will give them an approval. What I would recommend and request is that you give them an approval conditioned upon a real hard architectural detail of what we're dealing with between the shed and their property. Because if you can you bring up your basement floor plan for a second? And I'm gonna do the rock and roll thing. I'm gonna take the mic. All right. I probably will be going over my 3 minutes of public comment.
Well, they're holding you up for 30 seconds here, so we'll give you that back. Or, oh, there it is.
So, oops, shrink it a little bit more, please.
There.
So here we go. So we have the staircase, coming over here, and you can see that from literally, I think it's probably about 5 feet over here. This is all finished space underneath the stairs as this goes up on an angle, and then I'm not exactly sure where it ends up on the deck. But so what we're dealing with is a situation where I do not know exactly what the height of this is. I haven't seen any sections according to this. So you're gonna have a sloping roof from my shed coming directly into this wall here. And so what I had originally requested and hoped is that the staircase would be open and actually start going down from this position, to then end up, wherever that may be. And that would then give, if there was an open stairs, that would then give the opportunity. And yes, we would have to clean underneath. We may have to keep a couple of threads removable to be able to clean underneath, but it would be an open concrete slab and it would just drain out. Because now I have a situation here is that with this coming down into here and then having literally about that much space between the shed and between their building on their property line, I don't know what's going to happen, other than it's going to be a royal mess, so any consideration, that you can give me to really kind of like get some architectural detail and even meet with a contractor. I'll gladly meet with a contractor. That's my forte on how we're going to deal with this, this aspect, and have at least some review later down the road if we cannot come to agreement of how this is really going to be handled. Because in a heavy snow year, I can guarantee it, it's going to be an expansion and contraction glacier in between these two structures. That is going to be crazy. And so that is really what I have to say about that thing. And I ended up basically, I should have appealed the relocation of my shed.
Mr. DePactor, that
town
is your time, your past time.
Say again?
You're past your time limit for giving
All
comment.
right. I
Thank
thank you
you.
for
Okay,
giving me extra time.
all right, thank you. Other public comments? If you're out there electronically, please raise your hand. I don't see any. Okay, so if the applicant wants to make a final rebuttal, address the issue at hand.
We would. Should I just grab the mic?
Yeah, yeah.
Again, as we said when Matt asked the question, again, we think this is a solvable problem. This is not the first historic building to have a 0 lot line condition in the town of Telluride. We're happy to work with Dirk to resolve this. Again, I do want to point out that the previous application, again, if we zoom in here, had the same solid staircase. This went through, I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 public hearings, and none of these concerns were raised at that point in time.
Okay.
So I think this is a solvable problem. I think we will solve it. I think in terms of the issue of a glacier, again, the goal in solving this problem will be to prevent or minimize to the greatest extent possible moisture getting between these two buildings. And should there's 5 inches of space. It's not like we're talking about a 1/2 inch volume where water is going to get trapped between these two building planes.
Excuse me.
Unfortunately, we're not allowed to have dialogue, sorry. So. Okay. But again, if there's no other public comment, I think we're just gonna start deliberations here and,
If you guys want us to leave our screen share up so we can.
yeah, if you would, please, we may refer to it. I'm just gonna kick this off just for comment and then you can add on, pile on, whatever. I think staff did a good job in writing this up. My two concerns are still the old 5 and 9. Although I think 5, maybe they've come close with the creative setback of the railing and planters. But particularly number 9, and under mass and scale, I guess, Bob Mather and myself had most of the discussion about how far proud should this be from the Elks building. It's 8 foot 3 3/16 or whatever. So they've moved it couple feet. And when you look at the context of the alley, I get the argument. There's other mistakes down the alley. But we want to do the right thing here. And I'm not saying, my opinion is that it should be flush with the Elks building, but it just seems like it fell short on the setback of that. And then this possibility of moving back the stairs further and respecting I mean, these are tough, 0 lot lines. Respecting this mess that it's creating are my only two concerns. And we can go down the line and just enumerate your concerns, if any.
Me go.
Yep.
I agree with you on the old condition 9, not necessarily, I think 5 has been met and I don't have anything else to add.
So just to clarify, the previous 9 was to propose simple outdoor furnishings. That's not the one you're talking about, is it?
Step back the garage.
Step back the garage to the north, including the stairs on the west side. So it's my number 9.
So
Stacy.
Sure.
They are conditions from the motion that you made at the last public hearing. So the numbering is based on your motion from that, not on the previous staff memo.
9 was step back garage further to the north, including the stairs. The west side. That was what 9 was. That's what Ken and I so far have some concern, but we need to hear from everybody.
At the last meeting, I was on board with the stepping back a bit further from the alley, just because it seemed as though it was a choke point or an obstruction. And I understand that it's transparent and you can see through it and all that, but it's still it's a blockage. It's kind of asking to get hit by a truck, basically. They moved it back. They did what at least I asked them to do. I'm satisfied with the 18-inch additional step back from the property line of the easement. For me, the only hang up that I've been wrestling with in my head is this 0 lot line neighbor condition. And I keep trying to go through solutions in my head. And I keep reminding myself every single time, it's not my purview as a HARC member. It's not. Like they said, it's means and methods and waterproofing and cooperation. And we don't have a guideline for any of those. So to me, they're as they also pointed out, they're so woefully is the wrong. They're so far below standard that is set by the guidelines that I'm not comfortable nitpicking them any further.
Okay. Yeah.
So on the alley side setbacks, I was fine with where it was in the previous proposal. So I am fine with the changes they have made now. I think they are
18 inches.
the 18 inches, the other changes they made to the rear of the structure. I think it is a drastically small scale project compared to what we've seen in the past and what they could do. So I'm appreciative of that, and I want to, I'm fine with their proposal here. Couple more things. I could be wrong, but I thought we have, I don't know if we put a condition in the past to sort of work with your neighbor. I don't know what.
We have done that, yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's more of an encouragement thing.
Encouragement.
I mean, we don't have to use that word, but we
So-
have.
So if we said something like applicant to work with adjacent shed owner in good faith to resolve drainage and snow storage concerns between the structures, would that be something we would want to say, or just in a condition, or just stated? I mean, the applicant's on record saying they're going to work with the adjacent owner. So anyway, that's thought. I want to go to the raising of the structure. So they're proposing to raise it almost 2 feet. Previous application, we said we would allow them to raise it a foot. The drainage that they're showing to me doesn't necessarily say that it needs to have that 2.5% slope the entirety. To get drainage, there's a structure underneath a basement, which they're not showing. So there's gonna be some complex drainage issues they're gonna have to deal with. That being said, I do think there is merit for bringing this very old historic structure out of the hole that it's in. So I don't want to say, no, you can only move it up a foot, or maybe 2 feet is correct. Maybe 18 inches is right. So I'd like to hear what other folks have to say about
Didn't we
that.
have a presentation last time? We were all focused on that, where they actually showed us that slope calculation. Maybe it was similar to this. I thought, I came away thinking to get the right drainage, they had to go 2 feet. That's what I saw something. I don't know.
I don't know that we saw something. I sort of verbalized a quick, if it's X number of feet by quarter inch per foot.
Yeah.
That you would get there. I mean, I still think there should be a 6-inch stoop out front. I mean, I'd be okay with it being even more than 2 feet, but
Oh.
so don't ask me, I guess.
Okay, anything else, Matt? I'm gonna get Andrew on the record here.
Yeah, and I've just got one other thing. To me, it seems like the siding on the addition is still not, doesn't seem anything like historic, and you can see it from the alley. So it looks like you remove the siding off of the building. So I still think that condition should stay.
What number is that?
Number
Four?
4.
It was wood, right? We just saw wood.
It was what they're calling a board and batten.
Yeah.
Um,
And the guidelines would suggest that in alley, it should be what? Or we've had board and batten, but what would you say?
I haven't, I don't have the conditions, looking them up, but it just seems so out of character to what we would normally approve.
In an alley?
I don't feel strongly about it. I think the biggest thing I'd like to hear feedback is on how much to allow them to raise the structure. And I would like for them to work with the applicant, the neighbor, on the drainage issues, whether they make it a condition or just leave it as it's, we said it and chatted about it. And otherwise, I'm very appreciative of the sensitivity of this project and the mass and scale of this project.
Okay. Andrew, you're up.
I'm pretty much on board with what Stacy was saying. At first I was okay with the subordinate structure, but I'm not like, super strong on it, like Matt was saying, but like if they were able to find something that represented a little bit more of the historic character, I'd be in favor for that.
For the addition.
For the
siding.
addition, sorry, yeah.
Siding on addition.
I will just, because we're having discussion, the material is not out of line or out of the ordinary. The way they're laying it up, applying it perhaps it's in a way an exaggerated board and batten.
Yeah.
And I think we typically tend to encourage materials that distinguish the new from the old.
I'd agree that the actual material, the wood and the stained wood is perfectly appropriate. It is the layout that's in question.
Okay, so straw poll, we all believe they should take another look at the material on per condition 4 on that.
I'm fine with it.
We're fine with what, as it is?
I'd like it. the way it
Okay,
is.
Karen,
I would support having them look at it again.
okay, Matt, yes.
I would, yeah.
Andrew? Okay, so how would we want to word that? If this gets approval, which I think it might be headed towards, consider alternative, more alley-like materials on the,
I think you could strike some things that are already in the existing condition number 4. You
there's
could
so much
say,
in there. Yeah,
replace the rustic siding on the addition with the material and treatment appropriate for an addition to a primary historic structure consistent with all the conditions that are listed there.
where'd you read that?
Well, but it's not a primary structure or historic.
It's saying appropriate for an addition to a primary historic structure.
Gotcha.
For an addition, okay.
Matt, is it possible to ask you guys to clarify your intent?
Well, if we haven't asked you the question, certainly we'll allow a back and forth. Do you have a question? Oh, you want us to clarify?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question to clarify so we can get to
Okay.
what you're,
We will.
okay.
But oftentimes in this, if we use that language to replace with something that's appropriate for the addition in an alley, we ask the applicant to get with staff after the meeting if there's any ambiguity, and then, you know how that goes. And then they come to visit Kristen and myself.
Okay.
And then I sign off the CA if it's meeting the intent here. So I think we agree that we want to do that. And then where did we, and I guess everybody's okay with the old 5, breaking up the LA. Where are we with,
What's the old 5?
well, it's increased.
Increase this, so.
The mass and scale looking right at the alley. They put the guard or the railing, they set
Gotcha.
it back, and as Karen, I think, said, well, probably okay with that. But the last 2 issues, straw poll, step back from the garage. It's now 8 foot 2 proud. I had, and I think Bob chimed in with some concern. I didn't think 18 inches was all to get, and I guess I'll go with the pleasure of the board, but I think that it should be another couple feet, not 5 feet, but I mean, I think this is approvable, but I just think it's still 18 inches wasn't enough. That's for me. So straw poll, is it enough for you?
Enough for me.
Enough for me.
Not for me.
Okay, well, quit talking about that. All right.
Can we circle back to see when everyone's comment on the height? Because it sounds like,
I'm okay with building heights.
I'm okay with the building. The raising, you mean?
You
Two-
you
2
mean
feet?
raising it up, right? It's a tough one. Is it the minimum that they can possibly raise it up is kind of what I was suggesting I would support.
And I think that's what
They're
they-
making a case that is,
The minimum to meet the slope for drainage.
and Matt's making a case that maybe that's not. So I don't know how to resolve that.
Just gonna break so we can get a definitive answer on this and not meander. Is it the minimum height?
we believe it is.
That's what they said at the last meeting. I know you weren't here, but,
No, it was for this.
oh,
one.
you were. Well, I'm okay with the 2 feet.
I'm actually a little surprised you guys are saying 2 feet's fine or higher, but that's encouraging to me to say, let's let them do it. Let's actually give them an extra 1/8 of an inch to make it 2 feet.
Well, for me, it's, well, sure. But for me, it's more about the original context of the building.
True. me
Rather
too.
the whole.
Down in the hole. The context. is-
Originally,
Yeah.
the street out in front of it wasn't where it is today, and there was no
Right.
sidewalk and This is repositioning it in relation to the street
As it changed.
as the street has changed, I guess.
I mean, it's what does the passerby see? And which passerby? The one before the street changed or the one now? I mean, I think we want to have the same look as before the flood and they changed the level of the street, right? I mean, we want it to look as historically in context as it can. So
Well, and we're guessing at what that is, right? Because
Uh,
we don't have a survey from
well,
then and we
right.
don't,
I don't,
but
okay.
we're trying to, this isn't intended to be a play on words. We're trying to elevate that house so that you do see it.
Yeah.
And so that it is more visible.
Okay, final straw poll. Andrew, are you okay with,
I'm good with what the applicant's proposed.
okay, I'm okay.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Oh. What were we talking about? I forgot.
I was playing devil's advocate.
Okay, thank you. All right. So right now, we're all good with everything, but perhaps one condition, let me ask you, this is a straw poll with, oh, well, there's one condition on the materiality, right? On the addition. More traditional, that addition. And then the second one that at least three members mentioned, I'm not sure we need to put something in here about good neighbor policy, but I was just thinking, we could put something in here, and I know I'm the one off that doesn't like milk toast words, but it sends a signal. Consider moving the stairwell further north as part of adjacent shed solution or problem solution. And that could even be under mass and scale, because frankly, if it did go north, it would somewhat reduce the mass and scales.
I
We have a
wouldn't,
guideline?
I wouldn't
Yeah.
support asking them to move the stair further to the north. I think this can be resolved in the space that they have between the buildings.
Okay.
Fine.
Everybody, that's what everybody thinks. Okay, well, I will say this. And I appreciated the applicant's comment on record that they are going to collaborate. So we don't need to be the policeman. I guess, these guys have been here before. So hopefully you'll do what you say. So with that, all we have is a materiality condition. Who wants to do this one?
They had asked for some more specificity on that. I guess my comment is it literally looks like you remove the siding from a frame structure. And then you're seeing the sheathing on the inside or vice versa. So I'm usually the one arguing for more flexibility and materiality. So this is a little bit different than what I normally do. That's where those are my feelings where I'm coming from. It just seems too much like a building stripped of its siding.
I think we're agreeing to have them review that materiality on that addition, like you said,
Application of material.
right here on page number 4.
I know, but we're not giving, look, this is just what you get when you have a board. You get some differing opinions. I'm okay with it the way it is. You want something else, it's somewhere in
Well, we're gonna
between.
do a straw poll. Is there, how do we vote? We'll start with Stacy on adding the language from 4, narrowing the language to propose some different material treatment for the addition that is more consistent with alley per the cited. I mean, Kristen went on and out to cite those guidelines. That's not telling them what to do, but so let's start with you. You say no, right? Straw poll.
I like the way it is.
Okay,
I think it's appropriate to have them look at it again.
okay, Matt,
I would like them to revise it.
Andrew,
Same.
But revise it how?
we're not telling them. More traditional materials.
Okay.
Well, you want us to specify Corten or
You don't
something? I
have to
mean,
tell them how many inches, but all you're saying is revise it to what?
to more, per these guidelines, to a more traditional material in the alley.
It's wood siding. I mean, it's pretty
But like you said, it's the way it's placed on there as like board and batten that's probably,
batten siding. It's just a bit deeper than we maybe have seen before.
okay, well,
So say less with less relief.
say that.
Say with less relief.
So consider a material change or with this show less relief.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, maybe.
the condition has to say what we want to see. And
So-
just saying we want something different seems really vague to me.
Okay, so is everybody okay with review more traditional alley materiality or show less relief on the board and batten? Sure. That's Stacy's idea. Sure. We okay? I'm okay.
Well, that's yours. I said I'm okay with it.
Oh, if it was.
I'm okay with it the way it is, but I'm just telling you guys, I think just saying change it is.
Well, you're influencing us.
Okay.
Anything else you want to influence us on? Okay. You want to do it, Matt, or you ready?
Sure.
I've got notes too, but you go ahead if you.
Okay. I move to approve the small scale repositioning of a designated THAS primary structure, TAS number 5SM 1560, and the small scale addition to existing building in the historic commercial zone district at 320 West Colorado Avenue, Lot 8, Block 2, Town of Telluride, based on the findings in the staff memo dated May 21st, 2025, with the following condition. Revise the rustic siding on the addition with the material and treatment appropriate for an addition to a primary historic structure consistent with.
Primary addition, right? Or addition to a primary, right?
Addition to.
Sorry.
As I read it, I believe. I'll start over again.
Okay. Yeah.
Replace the rustic siding on the addition with a material and treatment appropriate for an addition to a primary historic structure consistent with RA 19B1 and 8.3, RA 19E1, MS 30A4, MS 31C, MS 32A1, MS 32C2, MS 32D1, MS 32E1, and MS 33B, and or reduce the depth of the proposed battens. This motion is based on evidence and testimony provided at a public hearing held on May 21st, 2025, with a notice of such hearing is provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code. Revised plans incorporating the conditions of approval shall be submitted within 60 days of this approval, or this approval becomes null and void unless otherwise indicated. The revised drawings submitted for a certificate of appropriateness must be a complete set, and with any changes of the drawings clouded and labeled. Any changes of the drawings beyond the condition of approval may result in more than one submittal being required.
I'll second that.
Let's vote.
Karen, yes?
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Andrew, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Next public hearing item is the STG residence continuation of 2005 consideration of minor scale application for addition in the residential zone district located outside the THLD that will increase the structure's floor by more than 25% and result in a building which will contain more than 1,000 square foot, less than 2,500 square foot for land use 203B1. It's lot B, block 27, East Telluride Edition at 625 East Colorado in the residential district. Owner Jeff Stevens and Stephen Pollard. Applicant D'Alva Architects. Staff member Darren Candelaria.
All right, thank you, Mark. So this is the consideration of an elevated minor scale application at 625 East Colorado. This application will look familiar as it was continued from the April 16th HARC meeting. The proposed project is an addition to an existing structure. The existing structure is designated as non-contributing with qualifications. It was initially located within the Telluride Historic Landmark District, but was previously moved outside of the district to its current location. 625 East Colorado is in the residential zone district and the East and West Telluride treatment area. Condition number 1 from the previous meeting was to step back the second floor of the southern elevation to be more compatible with the historic structure. In response to this condition, the applicant put the second floor back 2 feet and 3 inches. There was also the addition of a bay window to break up the massing and step down to the historic structure. However, the proposed addition still dominates the historic structure. Further stepping back is needed. Therefore, this condition is retained. Condition number 2 is to step back the shed from on the north elevation with a change in wall plane. The shed form has been shifted to the south 1 foot. This allows the primary gable form to carry through, breaking up the wall plane. To break up the shed form further, there is a material change to a narrow vertical wood siding. Additionally, another gable form was added on the north elevation. Staff finds this condition has been met. Condition number 3 was to reduce the size of the deck and replace the stone wall with something more compatible and respectful to the historic shed. The stone wall was removed and revised to a deck on pier construction, reducing the overall mass. This satisfies part of the condition. The deck has been narrowed in length 8 inches, but remains the same in width, encroaching into the minimum 5-foot front yard setback. The existing deck does encroach into the front yard setback. Therefore, staff has modified the condition to reduce the width of the deck. Condition number 4 is to reduce the size of the window groupings on the eastern and southern elevations. The window groupings on the southern elevation has been reduced in width by 2 feet and broken up with the addition of, the window grouping on the second floor elevation has been reduced, the first 3-pack has been reduced to 2, as well as the other 3-pack was reduced 1 foot in width and 6 inches in height. There was also a reduction in glazing with the removal of 3 windows from the second level on the west elevation. And then on the first floor, it was also reduced to 2 windows instead of 3. HARC should discuss if this condition has been met. Finally, condition number 5 was to revise the height of the stone veneer. The stone veneer on the east and west elevations was lowered more than 2 feet. Staff finds no further reduction is needed and the condition has been met. Staff recommendation. There is still concern with the incompatibility of the addition with the existing historic structure that is overpowered. However, with condition number 1, there is only one other condition retained by staff from the previous 5 conditions. Staff found no new conditions. Therefore, staff recommends approving the application as it is substantially compliant with the design guidelines. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Good job. Well, let's hear from the applicant. Welcome. And if you want to focus on the conditions, since we've seen this before, that'd be great with respect to time.
Absolutely. Yep. Adam Diallo with Diallo Architects. Thank you for that introduction, Darren. That was quite thorough. Let me just pull up a screen here. Start presenting. Okay, so really just want to focus on primarily condition number 1 and then condition number 3, as those are the ones retained in the staff memo. It's unfortunate and Bob's not online, correct?
No.
So as you guys all recall, we had lengthy conversation in the first meeting. Sorry, Kieran, you weren't here. In our previous meeting about the presence and kind of the location of the 2nd story south elevation of the addition to the structure. Bob was the one that originally kind of brought up just moving it back. Mark, you were originally discussing lowering. You know, in respect to the historic structure that it's non-contributing with qualifications. And in the back and forth with my clients, we looked at a lot of different versions that you know, tried to accommodate the condition of reducing the presence of the 2nd story addition. The 2-foot, 3-foot move basically came directly from the dialogue that the board was having when Bob specifically stated it's close, a couple feet, a few feet, right? Kind of that direction. This is where we landed. This is what we felt like kind of achieved the goal of reducing the massing. And these are the proposed drawings with the current design, with the changes to the deck and the changes to the south side elevation. The lower views are new. They weren't in the previous presentation, so it's showing it contextually with the neighboring massing. We really feel that this, number 1, is appropriate with the historic shed or the historic cabin that's there today, and then it fits in nicely with the massing that's on the block, both to the structure to the west with a much further southern 2-story elevation, and then the Shea Shack, which is to the east, with the east-west shed roof, etc. Part of our adjustment to this was to add the bay with the little shed roof there to try to further step that elevation. that kind of did twofold things. It broke up our glazing on the south elevation by adding some more wall space in there. The glazing on the south reduced by 14 square feet. This move also reduced the glazing on the east elevation that you can see back in the corner over here. The mouse is very laggy, sorry. That used to be a 3-wide window unit that has reduced the total glazing because there was windows on the second floor and on the first floor in the kind of recess there. We reduced glazing by 41 feet. I'm happy, happy to answer questions about this and the overall mass and scale with the addition, but again, contextually with the shed and the floor plans we have with the modest addition we're proposing, it's not a very large home. This is what we came up with without wanting to, probably come back with a completely different design. Maybe considering removing the shed, the cabin, right? So then to the deck, yes, we have reduced the stone walls that were kind of at bench height surrounding it and enclosing it, gone to a more conventional stone pier with like a lattice in between to keep the critters out. The deck is only 8 inches narrower in its east-west dimension. It is holding the same existing south line that it sits at today. The existing deck as it sits today is 118 square feet of area. Our proposed deck is 164 square feet of area. So we're only asking for 46 square feet on that deck addition. I'd like to just highlight, because I know it's not part of the process, but precedent. In May of 2022, there was a HARC CA issued for this project with a deck that almost spans completely east-west of the historic facade. So we've seen this larger deck area get increased and approved in the past. And again, contextually, the home to the east has a 548 square foot deck on a on a historic structure without qualifications.
Does this deck protrude into into the setback?
Into the front yard setback, yes,
Yeah.
as it exists today.
Yeah.
Yep. So with that, I think Darren addressed the other conditions appropriately. If you have any questions on glazing, I'm happy to discuss those. The west was reduced by 43 square feet of glazing. We removed a unit from a 3-wide on this elevation. And then at the north on where our kitchen wall is, that all the glass has been removed from that. Yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Questions?
I got a couple questions. Adam, do you have a site plan that shows the neighboring properties with their decks?
Sir.
These are kind of all leading questions here, but what I'm noticing is the property lines are quite far back from the sidewalk. So there's this perceived larger yard than what your property is. And
yeah,
it looks like the neighbor to the west has got a deck in line or a stoop, whatever that is, terrace, same as yours. And the one to the east has steps that extend out almost to yours. So to me, this deck seems contextual with adjacent properties.
Is that a question?
I guess it's more of a statement.
Okay.
I guess it's more of a statement.
Okay.
The other question is around to the northern side. We had asked you to step, I don't know if you've got a 3D view.
Yeah, give me one second.
Somewhere from the alley, but we'd asked you to step the shed from the gable. Sorry, these are more statements than questions, but I'll get to a question.
I didn't know one.
It seemed like a step back more than a foot would be appreciated. It looks like you did a foot and then you sort of brought this gables bay, for a better word, in the kitchen out. Did you consider a larger step between the two and not having the bay, or is you landed on this for specific reasons?
We did land on this for specific reasons, mostly due to our interior layouts and kind of how our door alignments are working, our circulation downstairs on the lower level primarily. The bump out with the new bay, as you're calling it, the step down kind of gable extension, that is completely driven by the reduction on the south elevation and trying to maintain that floor area on the second floor, which we're trying to keep our program as close as to what we had originally without chopping up. So,
Okay. Thank you.
yeah, I'll just add, you know, the gable extension is also an attempt to continue to step down to the alley to break up that mass. And we did do the material change on the shed that's on the east.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Will you remind me? I was the one who, as far as subordinate addition. Who was dwelling more on height, and then Bob, as you recall, well, let's try stepping it back and everything. What was the reason why that height couldn't come down any further on that main ridge on the south elevation?
So the main reason is we're working, you know, obviously our main access to light and views is off that south side. That's where our living space program is, and we are trying to maintain that view corridor above the existing historic gable shed that's in the opposite direction. So our floor plate height of the second floor is set where it is, so we can see over that roof.
Okay, thanks for reminding me. There's no other questions. We'll hear from the public. Anybody want to come forward and comment electronically? You're out there, please raise your hand so we can see you. Piper, I see no one. Okay, well, thank you, Adam. I think we're ready to deliberate. So the question is, on the table are two conditions, and she asked for consideration of the old number 4 or discussion in case, are we okay? So I'll just let whoever wants to go first on 1, 2, and 4 on her recommendations.
I'll go first.
Okay.
So firstly, with regards to the south, to the north, to the alley elevation, I do appreciate the differentiation in wall plane and allowing that gable to, on the east side, extend down and be a full gable. My first thought was that the bump out or that lower gable form does kind of make that elevation a bit busy. But I like that it does then increase the step down to the alley. And I think we even said at the last meeting, requesting a step back on the south would probably entail some sort of commensurate bump out on the north. And so that is indeed what has happened. And so I really actually quite prefer what's proposed now. Anyway, so I like that. As far as the step back on the south elevation goes, 2'3" is actually completely in line with what I was expecting and hoping for. The bay does then though dilute that. It's like it stepped back 2'3", but then it stepped north, it stepped away, and then it's like two steps away, one step back. But I'm okay with that because the corners are what you visually really focus on, and the corners do indeed step back 2'3". And from the street view, and I think it's great that you included those actual sort of more like pedestrian eye views. That bay is really, I don't want to say imperceptible because you do see the roof depending on, I guess, how tall you are. But to me, it satisfies that separation between the two structures. So I would go so far as striking 1. But that, that's where I'm at with it. And then, yeah, in terms of the deck, it's certainly in line with the neighboring decks more or less. And given the luxury of having that additional green space out to the sidewalk, I don't have a problem with where the deck is.
About the east and south windows, the reduction you made, you good now?
Yep, I'm good with that.
I'll jump in. I would strike 1 and 2. I agree with Stacy on the massing, and I already spoke about the deck. I had a similar thought about the gable, the alley side north elevation. It seems to me that the bay makes it a little, the addition of, I would call the bay gable, makes it a little busy. It's not as simple as it was, the gable form, and then the shed would step back 2 feet. But I'm not gonna dwell on it if others don't feel the same. So I guess I would say I would potentially do a condition to to modify the step to require it to be 2 feet instead of 1 feet and suggest that the bay removed and I'd strike the rest of the conditions.
We could inquire if that were a shed roof, would it achieve the goal of stepping down and be less busy? It would
Yeah.
allow the square footage, it would step down and maybe be less busy.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, I mean, on the current proposal to the left here?
Yeah, so what we're calling the bay dormer, the bay gable,
Adam, what do you call it?
I'm going with what you said.
the bay gable.
Bay
So if
gable.
that was a shed roof over that bay, the kitchen sink bay,
Wait a minute,
it,
you mean,
do I need to go up and point?
no, I see where you are, but is it right there?
Could you point, Adam?
I would just like to say that I studied that and it doesn't work with the existing gable where those walls meet. Like I
It
have to bring
hits
the corner. Yeah.
Okay,
So
so never mind.
Okay, Karen, then Andrew, I'll finish.
You go first.
I'm fine with striking 1 and 2.
Okay, good with, the old number 4, the fenestration reduction, south and east is.
Yep.
Okay, I'm just gonna throw in here, I'm good with striking 2, I'm good with the reduction of fenestration they made. I am still hung up on number 1. That, you know, as Stacy framed it, they went 2'3", but then we added the gable back and, oh, I only look at the corners, but mostly look at the corners.
Added the bay back. It's not a gable.
Huh?
Added the bay back.
Yeah.
It's not a gable.
There's
Did I say that?
You did.
I meant, of course I meant bay, but anyway. I just really think that respect this house, I mean, we're basically relenting on everything else. Relented on any step back and separation or height reduction, I should say. And so now the question is, was 2'3" enough? And I'm just gonna use my experience.
So just 2 counterpoints. Do you mind?
Okay,
We're outside of the historic district
yep, east-west, yep.
and this is non-contributing.
It's still historic rating.
Okay. Just
I know, and we've had
And
these
there's,
before.
and they're saving the shed and it's
Oh.
a small house.
because
Yeah.
they could propose a demo.
Yeah,
Or
I know, we went
put it
to
in the back of the
but I'm not afraid. I know we mentioned it offline. It's an historic building. I think we need to show all the respect that the guidelines request, and I think it should be at least 5-foot setback. I would even go as far as to say, approve it and further set back and just see how it looks if they only go 3 feet, 2 feet, whatever. But that's my belief. And I think, sorry, Bob's not here, because it's his idea, but I think he would agree, but doesn't matter. So we got 1 person left.
I would just say, save room in that ditch for me, Mark. I'm gonna die in the ditch with you.
Well, that's 2 of us in the ditch. I mean, is there any way you guys would consider just not specifying the number of feet and trust Darren, myself to look at some further step back? Because right now there's only 2 of us that would vote, but would you consider, I'll just appeal to you that if,
I wouldn't ask them to step it back anymore.
okay? And Stacy?
I wouldn't either.
Andrew?
Fine the way it is.
Okay, we'll go from there. So basically, we're saying we're striking staff's conditions 1 and 2 and approve it as written. Andrew, this is pretty straightforward. I think it's your turn.
I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the proposed minor scale new construction at 625 East Colorado with no conditions.
Okay.
This motion is based on evidence and testimony provided at a public hearing held on May 21st, 2025, with notice of such hearing provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code.
You don't have to read, you don't have to read that part.
Okay.
That's written, yeah.
I will second.
Kieran, no, it's the addition's too big and too close.
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
I'm gonna stay in the ditch. I view mass and scale is dear to me, so I'm gonna have to say no. But
Andrew, yes.
congratulations, it passed 3-2.
thank you.
Wow.
Okay.
I had one of those in a while.
Huh? Oh, 5-minute bio break and keep it short, that'd be great.
I'm glad it's you, Mark.
Huh?
I'm glad it's you and
Okay, we'll resume here with the third public hearing project, of the STG residence continuation from April 16th. It's consideration of a minor scale application for addition in the residential zone district located outside the THLD that will increase the structure's floor area by more than 25% and result in a building which will contain more than 1,000 square feet but less than 2,500. Per land use code 7203 B1 B2, it's lot B, block 27, East Colorado. It's in the residential zone district. Wait a minute. Yeah. Jeff Stevens and Pollard are the owner, applicant. Wait a minute.
what else? Previous one?
We're already done with that. I'm sorry. Well, now that Matt's back, I'll start with number, lot 7 and 8. Let's try that. Number 4. San Juan Village, preliminary large-scale multifamily project consideration application for large-scale preliminary new construction outside the THLD that contain more than 5,000 square feet per land use code section 203 B2A1. It's lot 7, San Juan Village, and the rest is written as far as its location. The address is TBD. It's in the accommodations 2 zone district. Owner is the Langmaid Family Revocable Trust, lot 7, and Laurel Diane Langmaid, trustee of lot 8. Applicant Berkowitz Design and staff member Christian Clothier.
Thank you, Mark. So, for this project, there was a work session that took place on December 18, 2024. And during that work session, both lots 7 and 8 were considered together at that stage, just because we're at the HARC stage and really trying to think about that gateway into the community. These are very prominent lots. Just as you're coming into town, for the preliminary large-scale multifamily project, I'm bringing them forth at the same time similarly because they're same applicant, same project, same PUD, but ultimately you'll be approving, what happens on each lot. It's just here, I think it's important for us to have the mass and scale discussion and all of our discussions looking at both as complements to each other. So before we dive in, I do want to note that so the applicant since the work session has been working hard to respond to the items you raised during the work session. And what I want to mention before we get started is the project you're looking at right now, there's one land use code compliance issue, but that is easily resolved. And so I will describe to you the resolution the applicant has proposed. Otherwise, all of the land use code compliance review was based on individual lots, 7A, 8A, distinctly and compliant with the land use code. What the applicant has proposed, which they are sort of taking out of the project, is a connector between the two properties below grade. I believe the applicant was trying to address your concerns about having two garage doors on the front facade right as you're coming into town. But this solution of the connection is not going to work in this instant because there is the lot line splitting the two. So the applicant is proposing to basically, he will show you, make a straight line on either foundation wall and get rid of the ramp in between so that they are two distinct projects with no other changes, so that it's land use code compliant. And that means there's just one garage door on lot 8 entering into a below grade garage that has 5 parking spaces that will still be land use compliant because it's 5 units between the two projects. And per the land use code, you are allowed to have parking for one project on an adjacent lot. And so that's how the applicant has proposed to rectify that one item. Otherwise, I would like to be able to proceed with this preliminary hearing. I'm anticipating, my recommendation is to continue the project to a date set. And within that, there would be a provision that they revise their plan set to address that concern. And I hope, Ron, I'm speaking correctly and you can speak more to that topic later on. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I think it's easily resolved. Another resolution would be a revision to the PUD, but I think the simpler option is just to bifurcate. So putting that out there, want to make sure that I can proceed with the preliminary review of the project so that the applicant can receive your input. So here we are. I'm not going to go over the details of the project. You've seen all this in your packet in terms of overview. I guess key points is the partial location of Lot 7 in flood zone AO and Lot 8 entirely in flood zone AO. That will be addressed after the HARC hearing at the building permitting process side between planning, public works, and the building department. So just wanted to note that comes later. Site significant in context. So lots 7 and 8 are located, as you know, on the north side of Colorado Ave, to the west of the Telluride Hotel, and just south of the middle high school playing fields. So they're flat lots, currently vacant, outside of the THLD, but they're in a very highly visible location at the gateway to the town as one begins the approach to the historic district. In addition, the pedestrian bike path runs directly adjacent to the south property lines. And as I noted, these lots are part of the San Juan Village PUD, as was Telluride Lodge. As was the Hotel Telluride, excuse me. They are located in the Accommodations 2 Zone District, which does allow higher densities than the residential districts in town. And the PUD provides additional restrictions on the lots while also allowing for some additional flexibility. For example, the PUD specifies a minimum and maximum number of dwelling units per lot. So you'll see in the land use code compliance table, I did the land use code review per lot, and the PUD sort of has a minimum number and a maximum number of units per lot that is met by the proposed project. We've already gone over the precepts of the design guidelines to keep it simple, keep it in scale, respect historic resources, make all new design compatible with the existing context. So I'm now going to go through, so the applicant in terms of staff's review, we find that 30 of the 36 relevant guidelines are met. And so I'm going to go through the ones that are not met by the proposed project only. So I'm starting with an easy one, snow shedding. The applicant will need to, because the side setbacks are 3 feet and the roof's metal, snow guards, brakes, or other devices to prevent snow and ice shedding onto adjacent properties are required and need to be added to the project. Also, the pedestrian easement to the rear, north of the structures, runs in close proximity to the rear of the structures. So we'll want to see that shedding hazards are minimized, and that's something that can be addressed as a condition. So now next design guideline, moving quickly, roof form, number 26. Roofs should be similar in form to those used historically. Gable and hip roofs are appropriate for commercial, residential, shed and alley structures. These forms should be symmetrically designed, and non-traditional roof forms are inappropriate. Size, number of dormers should be limited on a roof and used with restraint. So big picture, keeping with the simple character of building in Telluride. Looking at the structure proposed for lot 7, overall, the size, shape, and type of roof is similar to that found historically in town and consistent with the surrounding context. But that said, that's overall. So I should have said that's overall between lot 7 and 8, all of the structures. But focusing in on lot 7, historically roof forms were simple. The roof forms on the structure on lot 7 should be simplified with fewer projecting elements, dormers, symmetrical gables, less of a layered stacked appearance as viewed from the South Colorado Ave. And I show that here, that is the very first thing you're seeing as you're coming into town. So something to consider by HARC. Next design guideline, 23, mass and scale. I'm not going to read the design guidelines, but I will say that staff analysis is that the applicant should provide further articulation in the wall planes to break up the massing, in particular for the building sited furthest west, which is most visible as one begins the approach to the center of the historic district. Modifying the building to step back at the 3rd level would reduce the perceived mass and also provide a more gradual stepping up to the adjacent taller buildings. That said, I do want to note that the applicant has worked hard to step up the project in the direction of the Hotel Telluride, and we did make through the planning and zoning process a revision to the lot line to allow for the applicant to better design the structures on lot 7 and 8 to be compliant with the PUD in terms of the minimum number of dwelling units specified in that PUD, while also having the flexibility to design the project properly. Originally, lot 7 was the bigger lot, lot 8 was the smaller lot, and as you were seeing in the work session, it was causing challenges in terms of mass and scale. So this is much more proportioned to the site. Here I'm just showing you the streetscape so that you can see the stepping up from the south, looking at this from Colorado Ave. But I would recommend stepping back both on this side of the building as well as on the west facade to a greater extent than what we're seeing here to reduce the mass and scale. Okay, so now design guideline 30, pattern of building materials. As you know, the pattern should be in a manner similar to that used historically, with a hierarchy of building materials, with heavier, coarser materials as foundations, more refined materials above. Again, there's more flexibility in the accommodation zone, and we are outside of the THLD, so you can weigh that as you're thinking through this piece. But staff's perspective is that the proposed pattern of building materials is not consistent with the traditional hierarchy of materials. Historically, those heavier, coarser materials were used as foundations, and this whole set of structures is primarily brick, which is the heavier, coarser material. So primarily with the 3-foot facades being brick now, I would recommend that more finished masonry or wood be more appropriate for the primary walls, with wood for the gable ends, and at least at the upper floors or floor of the structure. So something to consider. Now looking at building materials, this just follows from the previous, which is that while the applicant has selected exterior wall materials consistent with materials found in this treatment area, and that is spelled out in the accommodation zone district, these large expanses of brick, especially on those upper stories, is not consistent with the hierarchy of building materials. It's very heavy. It adds to the massing. So it would be recommended that, while these are larger buildings, perhaps consideration should be given to using a combination of appropriate materials to reduce the building's apparent size, including those more refined materials in the upper stories to reduce the massing. Moving on to windows. Again, I'm just going through 6 and really quickly. I won't read the design guideline, but I will say that the proposed project contains larger expanses of windows, especially on the north facade and to a certain extent on the south facade. And the north facade is facing the playing fields of the school. So on the north elevation, there are large 3-panel glass sliders on the second floor open to decks that overlook the school athletic fields. And all the doors are 2/3 light, so that standard has been met, but the amount of glazing and resulting light spill will still be significant, especially on the south elevation. Especially on the north elevation. The south elevation's windows and doors, while numerous, do have a verticality comparable to historic buildings and more division between window and door units. So, a reduction in the amount of glazing on the north elevation should be part of this project, and some reduction on the south elevation may also be desirable. But the south elevation is much more consistent with the design guidelines. So you can see that here. This is looking from the north, from the playing fields towards the structure, and they're just, quite an expanse, especially on that second floor. And then this is the north elevation. Again, a lot of glazing, a lot of light spill perhaps, but much more balanced and more separation than what we were seeing on the north side, and potentially in compliance, although for the building most furthest west, I would say that second floor is especially a concern and something to consider. So again, same notes as before, that this application is currently under preliminary large-scale review by HARC. It's followed by, could be continued at the preliminary large-scale review, followed by a final large-scale review by HARC, pending project approval by HARC. Building, planning, and public works staff have identified items that will need resolution prior to building permit issuance that should not impede the HARC review process. We will ensure that those items are addressed, including final building plan compliance with the land use code and building code, including meeting all standards for buildings in flood zone AO, permanent drainage of site runoff with a specified retention and filtration capacity on site based on final plans, landscaping irrigation plan, detailed utilities plan, confirmation of adequate on-site snow storage based on the final plans ultimately, and proposed potential additional tree planting, landscaping between property line and bike path to provide further project screening would be subject to public works approval, because some of the planting that they're hoping to propose is in the right of way that they are proposing to install if there is an agreement that Public Works wants to come to allow some additional planting in that right-of-way space, which might be possible. So we can look into all those things further later, but focusing on HARC. Staff findings and recommendations. Lots 7 and 8 of this PUD are again at the gateway to the town's historic district. For this reason, thoughtful development of these properties is especially important to ensure visual continuity from the west edge of town to the historic core. Staff finds that the proposed project is compliant with 30 of the 36 design guidelines for the accommodations treatment area. Few of the elements in compliance with the design guidelines include that the proposed project is distinct and identifiable from the historic district while providing a compatible transition to the adjacent built environment leading into the town's historic core. The applicant has broken up the massing into modules in terms of what is perceived from Colorado Ave and the pedestrian bike path. So to look like 3 appropriately scaled residences, which contain 5 dwelling units. The area between the 3 modules contributes to the overall positive open space of the site. The site scale of each module is appropriate in its context. These structures effectively step up in height from west to east, and that's 25, 35, like less than 25, less than 35, and then the hotel Telluride is, I believe, at 40 or 45. I'd have to refer back to my notes. The site plan of individual building lots is coordinated with those of adjacent properties because the properties are adjacent, and that's why we're talking about these together. And the number of driveways, parking, and service areas have been minimized through cooperative planning with adjoining properties, reducing the visual impact of these elements. This is that 5 parking spaces, which is the required number, are in the 1 unit with 1 entrance point at this point, and there will be an agreement to allow those in the other unit, of course, access to those parking spaces, which is allowed per land use code. And the proposed landscape plan includes the preservation of 214 14-inch DBH spruce trees, the replanting of several existing aspen trees, and the planting of numerous new trees, shrubs, perennial gardens, and native grasses. Once fully established, they'll provide a green space, landscape buffer, and effectively screen the development. So there are conditions included in the proposed motion below regarding remaining items that need to be addressed. I gave you a proposed motion as a starting point for your consideration, and I'm going to stop here and move my mic.
Good. Questions? So the lot line, I'll ask, so the land use code issue that had existed with lot line is now resolved?
Yes, the applicant has agreed
the building.
to
Yeah.
divide the units, and he's going to show that and clarify for you. But basically, they had been separate. They were combined as a shared garage when after the lot line adjustment. And I think in an attempt to, and I don't want to speak for you, Ron, so why don't I let you describe what you were attempting with that? But I
Well,
feel
we'll
like
get
I
to
have a
it.
sense. We'll get to that. But with that division, it's set back, and all of the land use code compliance items are specific per lot already. So there's consistency with land use code, and we will continue to work with the applicant on that element between now and the next hearing.
Okay. All right, well, let's hear from the applicant. And again, if you, I mean, we've seen this before, if you want to focus on the conditions, what you've done, where it is, probably be germane.
Okay, let's see, Ron Berkovitz Design. And, with me today is Jamie Roche, and my client is Dan Langme back there. And, anyway, Dan has a long, history in Telluride, being a carpenter back in the 70s and here for decades, I guess that is at this point. So, and he may want to say something. And I just want to be clear, if in my presentation, I want to, Jamie or Dan wish to comment, they're welcome to do that. Yeah, okay.
Mr. Berkovitz, can I ask you to speak into the mic, please? Thank you.
How's that? Okay. Let's see. Let's see, so we had the work session back in December. And kind of the big thing that came out of that was during the work session, I forget who it was, said, oh, it's too bad that the little lot is on the right side and the next to the big building and the big line. Yeah, it's too bad they're not flipped. And subsequent to that, Ron Quarles, who was listening to the meeting, said, hey, wait, I bet we could figure out how to get the lot line adjusted. I thought it was going to be an act of God. So he jumped right into it, and Kristen was involved too, and we very quickly got it adjusted, which makes a huge difference in terms of the massing. The hotel currently is the end of end of the block. And it's a, seemingly 4-story building. And all along in the PUD, there's been the intention that there would be a building that steps down to the pedestrian level on that west side. And so we get a chance to do that and to help out the issue with the large massing of the hotel at that point. Let's see, the other thing that was that came up in the work session hearing was, there were 2 garage doors, 2 driveways, and that easily got solved when we moved the lot line and got the bigger building on the east side. And it still works, even though we would still like to join the buildings. And there's a number of ways that can be done, replat, lot line vacation, a PUD modification. It's, it's a little contentious at this point. There's not, it's the clarity of that's not evident in the land use code or the precedent in the town of Telluride. And it was a little bit of a surprise to me when I heard about that today. Let's see. we did talk about the dormers in the previous design, and we did reduce those. And I do want to go through and share a drawing that, I mean, if you count the dormers, you know, for effectively three structures, it's really pretty good. So I do want to push back a little bit on that. My intention is to be as cooperative and as accepting of the very succinct, well stated concerns that staff has brought forth. Let's see, in terms of materials, I suppose I should share the drawings here. You're supposed to let me know if I'm not doing. Am I allowed to share here?
You are.
Yep. Can I adjust that, or is it? Oops. Right. So, yeah, so I mean, to me, the success of the project at this point is, you know, the breaking of the masses into kind of three separate masses, you know, basically starting from the west side, which is a 25-foot height limitation, working to the up to the easterly lot with the 5-foot higher building forms. Let's see. So in terms of materials, and it's the color renderings don't properly depict, but you can see it here, that we are showing a thick stone base. And you know, so that does start to break it up. I understand the, you know, the statement about the amount of brick area, and there's a lot of brick structures that do break it up and change materials. There's other structures that do not, and I'll share one of those pretty soon here too. And I'm okay doing that to a degree, but I think it can be kind of an odd hodgepodge if you kind of do it too much, kind of, you know, so I want to be careful not to overdo that. So let's see. In terms of the stepping back, so it's hard to point. So let me go to the presentation. Confidence here. Good view. So the westerly structure, what we've done is we've actually, instead of doing a full height gable on that, the gable actually steps down. So, and it's, you know, it's not expressed toward the front, but it's a true step down. And to me, there's a really strong precedent for, you know, 1.5 story, you know, the 2-story gable forms that are historic in the town of Telluride. So I don't feel like everything needs to be all steppy, you know, so I think a strong form there is good. So, point out here, you know, there's discussion about in the guidelines about, you know, if you're near the historic district, I would say we're not close to the historic district and the historic buildings that we need to respect. So, you know, we are in a zone district that the guidelines are all similar to the historic district, but we are not in a location that is directly adjacent to the historic buildings. And I guess one of my concerns is that, you know, if we had done something more substantially different, I mean, to me, these could be structures that could have been seen historically and then modified over time, that kind of thing. And my concern is that when you start to get into that vocabulary of more strict historic forms, then when you know, try to you know, get what you need in those buildings, the board may tend to want to say, well, wait, that's a historic looking structure. We need to treat that like it's in the historic district. So anyway, I hope that makes sense. So I guess the other thing I want to do is just kind of show a few slides of the context in the neighborhood. Before I do that, let me just point out that we are blessed with some really, really good trees on this site. That's, you know, it's out off our property, it's in the right of way, but it's a really, really strong set of trees. You saw them at the site today. And most of those can stay. So here's the corridor that you see when the leaves are all out too. So yeah.
Ron, you got about 15 minutes left. You want to focus on the 5 conditions?
Well, I think
You've
I did
touched on them.
already.
If you've hit them all, go ahead in any way you want, but I want to make sure you get a chance to comment 1 through 5.
Okay. Actually, the one I didn't comment on is the glass area.
Okay.
And we've got the large sliding glass doors. There's actually a panel on the bottom, but there's some pretty big areas, and that's facing the ball field. So we don't mind working that. That's great. We feel like there's a pretty good balance on the south side, so I don't want to just kind of say, yeah, we can reduce that. I think it needs to be more carefully considered. I just want to, so, you know, across the street, you know, the full gable height instead of a stepped back form. You know, here's the next block over. This is San Juan Village. It's part of the same PUD, but and you know, there's some breaking up, but showing you what's been improved in the past in San Juan Village. What I'm showing here is the historic brick building that, you know, up the street on Colorado Avenue that actually is full height brick. And so it's a precedent. And the one on the left is, I'm just showing that, you know, dormers are very much a part of San Juan Village. It was used, you know, it was part of what was established there as the precedent. So a really strong precedent for a very dense neighborhood to the east, which is part of the same development. This is an example on the left of breaking it up and doing the wood on the gable, which is fine. And to the right, you know, once again, a, you know, 1.5, 2-story full gable, front gable form. It's a strong form. It doesn't always need to step back, you know. There's some more forms that kind of do the same thing. They're broken up by the porches. So, anything, Dan, you'd like to add, or, yeah.
I'd like to point out that
Oh, could you come up, and speak in the mic, please?
my name is Dan Langmaid. I own the property in conjunction with my sister, Diane Langmaid. I'd like to point out that the school is all brick, and the Hotel Telluride is mostly stone, and we'd like to match similar styles between the two buildings. And of course, I'm glad Ron is our architect. He's been around longer than I have, and I've been around since '79.
Oh, I have.
You haven't?
Okay, for the ladies.
Oh, okay, my mistake. That's all.
Thank you. Someone else, please.
Add something?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Jamie Roach. I'm an associate architect working with Ron on the project. We have a house in Mountain Village. Otherwise, I'm in San Francisco. I did scan the site before we got started, so I'm familiar with it. And I was surprised when I did that to see the mass of the wall of the Hotel Telluride. And then today, when I went out, now it's spring and the leaves are starting to show up in the trees, I was surprised by how low profile the Hotel Telluride is. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but it struck me that there are two approaches to this project. One is to try and define the town on entry, right? Right now you see the market, which is not great, a couple of buildings next to it, which are not great. So we could have done something that really drew a lot of attention. And I think Ron made the right decision, which is to do something that sets the context and acts as a transition. But it occurred to me today that the star of the story as you enter town is not any of the houses, it's the mountain, right? And so I think what we want to try to do is set the tone that you're entering a very interesting, unique historic area without drawing too much attention to the building. And so I think what he's done here with the smaller building and the gables, it does exactly what should be done there, right? Which is not draw too much attention to itself. Surround itself as much as possible with trees, which we're lucky enough to have there, and establish a transitional vocabulary. We went back and forth on a couple of things. One is the density of the gable forms and the projecting entities, and the second is on the materiality. And I think, you know, we mentioned Hotel Telluride, the Sheraton's brick. There's lots of large scale expanses of brick. From my point of view, looking at this model and then looking at the site, this is not a large expanse of brick, right? It is it's a reasonable size. It's consistent with a lot of the other things that are being built in town. And it does a nice job of not drawing attention to itself. Now, when we start getting caught up in this, let's adjust the volumes and the materials. People all over the country have been doing that in zoning commissions, and it's, I think, by and large, unsuccessful. You end up with the pastiche, right? You end up with forms that don't seem to make a whole lot of sense in order to satisfy ideas about the way that the mass should be handled. And I think what they've done here does the right thing, which is to establish a consistent, clear design vocabulary that bridges the distance, that lowers the impact of this building on your vision as you enter, so you can focus on the mountain. And so I think what they've come up with here is pretty inspired. So hopefully that helps out a little.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I actually have one more thing to say. So I was a little surprised that Kristen recommended a continuation And is that because of the land use code issue that you feel like
No,
it needs to?
No, it's got all the conditions. I
Okay.
mean, you gotta consider them all. But anyway, anything else germane to the project though?
No.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
We hear from the public. Anyone have any comments? Please come up. Read your name in the mic, or if you're out there electronically, please raise your hand.
Mark, questions for the applicant?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Do you have some?
No, but you guys
Oh.
usually do.
I don't.
I don't.
I've got a question, it's more of a kind of a confirmation and just an explanation why. Ron, looks like you're asking for a reduction in the side yard setback for the western portion of the structure to the west from 10 feet down to 5 feet.
Right.
Can you describe why you need it?
Well, so when we replatted we're left with a fairly narrow lot. And there's also a really, really substantial buffer already between the bike trail and the west side. And I actually think this bike path that's shown here is not right. I think it's even further to the west. So it also didn't come up as an issue at the work session. So our replat was kind of based on some of the findings in that work session.
Thank you.
Yep.
Andrew? anything else? Okay, thanks. Thank you. So no public comment?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. Then we'll go ahead and deliberate. And again, Kristen has laid out 5 conditions. There may be some other issues you want to address, but please go down the road to comment on 1 through 5 first and any other considerations you need to bring up.
Okay, I'll begin. Firstly, I missed the work session somehow. I went back through my calendar. I was here in town in December. I didn't go anywhere. That must have been one of the meetings I was sick. Working late. Okay, thanks. At any rate, it looks to me as though some good work was done at that work session though. And so perhaps I applaud the process because what we have here to me is very nearly, at least for me, approvable. Here are the highlights for me. I really like the way that first, perhaps most visible western unit obviously is the shortest. I think it being a 2-story structure as it is really does look to me residential. I could see that from this view approved, perhaps, again, with some other modifications we're gonna get into, stepping back the upper level and things like that we always hit upon. Nevertheless, that looks very single family residential to me, and I think that's a benefit in terms of gateway to the town. And then the way it steps up to the Hotel Telluride is appropriate. And I'll just kind of comment on the conditions because that's what we're going to do. 5, I think we'll all be in agreement. We'll keep that one. That one's fine. Glazing we'll talk about because we always do. But the first 3, the brick, I'm not personally opposed to the brick going full height in the dormer. It is though, however, an awful lot of brick, and it does serve to really tie those 3 units together and make it appear as a much more large uniform project. There's a host of ways to handle that beyond just simply reducing brick. I think perhaps and this is just one that sort of was the first that came to me, is keeping brick on the north-south gable forms and introducing a different material on the east-west gables. They've already done that on the west elevation of that first one, perhaps the other large western gable on the middle section. At any rate, some way to perhaps break up the sheer expanse of brick other than, just cutting it off at a level, which I don't necessarily think I'd like either. I do appreciate the condition. Sorry, the section of the guidelines that speaks to hierarchy of materials. But more importantly, I think it's 31BD for larger buildings, consider a combination of materials as a means to reduce the apparent size of the project. So that's where I'm at with number 3. Simplify the roof forms of the structure to the west. Now, Ron, could you maybe bring up I think it's 4.1 or 3.1. It's the first elevation sheet. It shows the east elevation of the west building. Oh, I didn't know you had to switch. Sorry. While he's doing that, I just want to point out that these are not complex roof forms. These are 2 east-west or 2 north-south gable forms with a step. There are 2 dormers on the west side and 2 dormers on the east side. That is not particularly complex in terms of what we see in Telluride. Perhaps it's the fact that on one side they're gable dormers and on the other side they're shed dormers. Or perhaps it's just that we're looking at the south elevation, which is the worst possible sort of elevation to look at and make that determination, because you never perceive a building from that vantage point flatly that way. And we're looking at dormers that are really far back would be far back in the view, and that's not apparent in that particular view. Perhaps it's the asymmetry of that elevation, the south elevation, that is problematic. I'm not quite sure, but if we want to change the roof forms, I don't know that they need to be simplified, because I think they're fairly simple. Okay, so that's number 2. And number 1, further articulation of the wall planes. This is one we always hit on. We don't like to see, especially on the primary front facade, a wall plane that extends, straight vertically. And I appreciate that Ron had numerous historic examples where the buildings do exactly that. So in order to be consistent, I do think it's consistent for us to ask for that sort of stepping back at the upper level. There you go. That's what I got.
I'll jump in. I generally agree with what Stacy said. I'm going to expand upon a few things, especially with the materiality. I would not have said that better. With the roof forms, I think they are simple. I think they differentiate themselves from historic structures. There's nothing significant with this, although I'm going to ask for a significant change to the western massing. There's nothing with, if we were going to approve this, I wouldn't be asking to change the roof significantly. I agree we need to reduce the glazing on the north side. Agree with number 5. I agree with number 1 to a certain degree, but this kind of brings me to my primary topic is the western side of the structure, the western unit, whatever you want to call it. Its massing, its perception of encroaching into Colorado Avenue is too great for me. I would cut about 20 to 25% of the massing out of essentially the front yard. So if you take your middle unit A, and it's sort of I guess that'd be your southwest corner to the property line. I'm kind of scaling that as 18 feet, could be 20 feet. If you took that line and brought it across, that's what I would like to see with the massing, so that that unit is not encroaching into the public way, into the sidewalk. It's not encroaching in your perception of entering town. I've got a bunch of guidelines that cite that: AC Intro 1, AC 13, AC 16, and AC 16B. So that's my primary hangup is drastically reducing the massing there. I don't necessarily think it needs to happen on the 3rd level. In this instance, it might work well in a combination. I'll also say that it's sort of in conjunction with that, the request for the variance from the 10-foot setback on the western side. I think that's appropriate as you move to the northern half of the lot, but not the southern half of the lot. It exasperates the issue that I'm stating. So I think if you were able to trim a significant amount off of the southern half, then from my perspective, we would allow you to go to 5 feet down in the northern half of that lot. Overall, I appreciate the way the massing steps up to the hotel. I think the massing of the sort of the larger structure seems more like a sort of a duplex or a townhome. So I appreciate the overall massing strategies. I just think it encroaches too much on the west.
What's go next?
Yeah, I would say, appreciate what Matt just said, pointed out, and I do agree with him on that. We're going through the conditions, 5, yes, we're obviously going to address the glazing on the north side. Do your straw poll, Mark,
On brick?
because Kieran's gonna comment on it too. Just go ahead. and
Let's everybody comment on their opinion, then we may take a straw poll because we can narrow this in pretty quickly, I think.
That's fine. And,
Where were you on brick?
that's what I was addressing next, is I do like the brick personally, but I think that it does make it more uniform because it goes all the way across, and Stacy did cite 31D, and I'm definitely in favor of that. It's not like completely removing it, but just being able to cite that for consider
Okay.
combination of appropriate materials to reduce the apparent size of it.
Good. Kieran?
Going through 1 through 5, I generally agree with number 1. Number 2, it's not so much about the complexity of the roof structure per se, but more that there are a few large dormers. I think that the guideline speaks to limiting both the number and the size. So I'd like to see some of the, I would think it would be more appropriate if some of the dormers were shrunk in size. Regarding the brick, I think it's more what Stacy was talking about, is the repetition of the 3 brick structures seems to underscore the massing, make it seem more massive than perhaps it actually is. So, well, I don't think it's necessarily a hierarchy of materials issue so much as, again, what Stacy was talking about with 31D. So if there is some way to change the materiality of one of those, it would be great. And then 4 and 5, no real comment other than support them.
I agree with everyone on deleting number 2. I'm torn on number 3. I'm kind of leaning towards, I think maybe it was Matt and Stacy, well, I think we're going to see this again, but maybe to see something with less brick, because it's just too much mass as you look at it. I agree with the rest of her conditions. I have some additional, number 1, the height of the middle building and that south brick bay with 3 windows, stands proud. I mean, that's part of setting back the wall plane, but that kind of an appendage, I don't think we could approve. The guidelines wouldn't support.
Can we bring that up on screen?
Yeah, you can, on 0.1, the front cover is probably a good place to look at on our package. Or 0.2, black and white version.
There's also an elevation view. Would that help, or do you like the perspectives? There's there's 4.5, which is a south streetscape.
I kind of, when I look at it, I think looking at it from an angle, like on the cover sheet of our packet, helps me see the exaggeration of how proud that is. But anyway, I'll just make that as a comment I'd like to discuss. I agree.
Proud it is of the other 2.
Sorry?
How proud it is of what?
Of the, well, there's not only is there no step back, but it comes out proud of the, of that building structure. I mean, to me, if that was way set back and it only stuck out 2 feet, I'd probably be okay with it, but not whatever it is, 3 or 5 feet.
I'll say it looks like it's aligned on the lower levels with the form to the east, and as we move up, it looks like it actually steps back on the third level or the.
Yeah, the third level
So
steps back. That's the only one, only building. But it's still, okay, well, that was my comment, but I totally agree with Matt on this southwest corner and this western setback. It's just too impactful with respect to pedestrian scale and open space with the sidewalk. I believe that needs to be part of a condition. And, I'd be okay with maybe reducing the size, and Kieran cited and or number, but maybe just the size of those dormers. I would probably believe that that could be compliant. So the new issues are the height of the middle building, that proud expansion of the middle or extension of the middle building, uh, reducing that southwest corner of D that Matt brought up, and maybe reducing at least the size of the dormers.
Could I bring up, are we talking about sort of in the middle of that drawing? That looks like it's really a cross gable to me form. It's not a dormer.
Exactly.
So I
Mhm.
think the cross gable is perfectly appropriate. And in that particular situation, you don't really perceive it from this view, your pedestrian view, you're not gonna see, it's not a dormer, it's a cross gable.
For me, it was the western buildings with the shed dormers that are fairly large.
Wide.
What, yeah, excuse me, wide, yeah.
Could we point that out on a drawing? Cause I'm sorry, Kieran, I'm not sure where.
It's these ones. It's, you see it on.
Oh, got you. Is it our internal facing?
Yeah. Those are the ones that struck me, anyway.
To me, those are elements that sort of distinguish this from not a historic structure. It's a more modern way of articulating the roof.
Would it be appropriate, Kieran, to you if the northern one stayed the width it is because it's appropriate for that roof size, and then this one got a bit smaller to be more
The
proportional?
one that's closer to the front of the project
Yes.
is the more problematic one.
Okay.
Yes.
Could that,
Yeah, and I mistakenly called it a dormer, but I agreed.
Maybe bring up a drawing so they can see, because I can see
so
your screen, but
on 4.1,
Or one, Ron?
and I agree with what you guys just agreed upon.
So right now we've struck 2 to head towards some sort of continuance motion. Oh, well.
so these are the two dormers, the shed dormers on the west building.
Mhm.
They appear to be the same size by themselves, but the northern dormer is in a much larger roof volume, whereas the southern dormer is in a smaller roof volume. So perhaps there's a way to make those more proportionately similar. How's that?
Sounds fine with me.
Okay. So that could be a condition. Do we all agree with Matt's D, suggestion of building D southwest corner? Well, I can see you're drawing at an angle, but they can't. But I mean, to me, I'm agreeing with that concept. I'd like to see it. And I guess that involves setting it back further from obviously from the bike path.
Yeah, so the way I would word it, I would say substantially set back the mass and scale of the southern portion of the western side of the structure. And I've got those guidelines.
Okay.
I will just say, I think in this case, this corner is a victim of its own design because the other two are pulled back, not because they need to be in relationship to the property line, they're pulled back for access to the driveway.
And it works well. The cadence going into the hotel is great.
But if you came from the corner of the hotel Telluride across, maybe it's less than parallel.
Yes, but they have also set this internal lot line, so this is something that they've saddled themselves with, a smaller. building.
I'm not because I'm not disagreeing with you. It does project. And Ron said maybe perhaps the bike path isn't exactly in this image that I'm looking at. And just so everyone knows, I'm looking at sheet 1.1, the site plan. It's a colored site plan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to be softer than you are. I'm not looking for a 25% reduction there, just so you know.
Well,
I can see that corner in its proximity to the bike path being somewhat problematic. I can see that corner being visually. Although I highly doubt that corner obstructs your vision to the east and to the end of the valley, which is what we're trying to frame. So I'm not on board with 25%, like pushing it fully back parallel with the other two in relationship to the property line. Some reduction, sure, because it is sticking out there, but I'm not asking for hundreds of square feet of reduction, me.
What do you feel about the discussion around that setback? Are you fine with the 5 foot as shown, or are you?
I am, yeah, because, and this is probably because I missed the work session, but is the 10 feet from the PUD? Because in this zone district, there are no setbacks.
Well, we asked that.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if I missed it from the work session. Can we open it back up?
Yes.
So that's established in the PUD.
yeah, it's 10 feet. And the question is, why are we going to let them violate that?
Well, for me, it's because
I would say that going to a 5 foot setback towards the rear, I'm not suggesting we stagger the setback line, but just sort of an understanding that we would allow for a 5 foot setback to allow them to have that site coverage and mass in the rear of the lot, but anticipating them to pull it back from the front yard substantially.
But I thought it was the setback from the west property line that we were.
Well, it's, so could you bring up 3.1? And then zoom in onto the western side. And so scroll up a little bit so we can see the whole structure. So if we allow them the 5 foot setback, this is what they get. If they conform to the PUD, they've got to trim 5 feet-ish off of that whole western side, which is gonna be more, as much if not
Okay.
more massing than I'm asking them to relieve the front.
So you're saying take it off the corner
Yeah.
and
Let
then
'em
give
have
them
it.
some relief in the back, push the development in the back.
Yes.
it seems obviously were discussions about how they arrived at 10 feet, but I'm not seeing why.
Well, ours is not the question. The land use
No.
code said 10 feet.
Well, the PUD said 10, the land use code says 0.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Would you like me to?
No, I think that.
okay. Well, I like Matt's idea. I can be swung into giving them some relief on that setback in the back, but it's all about around this bike path and what you see on that corner for me. So I think that's a creative idea. Okay, so let's narrow this down. I think we have some agreement on the reducing the corner of D, southwest corner.
I mean, do we hear what Kieran and Drew?
I was just watching him shake his head, yes, but I don't know. Go ahead and say, are you okay with this concept?
Stacy's saying no, I'm saying yes, you're saying.
Well,
My
didn't say
nonverbal
no.
Okay.
communication, my nonverbal communication indicated that I was with you, Matt.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
I was looking at you.
Nonverbal doesn't make it onto. Sorry.
No, I know. That's
Okay.
why I clarified.
I am, but are we being prescriptive of 25%? No.
No,
Okay.
I'm
Then
just
yeah,
doing
go
number.
for it, yeah.
No, but he's got the drift of what we're talking about. We don't want to see 5% and say, well, we tried. That's not what we want to, so. But, okay, so there's two issues left that mostly I guess I brought up. The height of the middle building. I love the way this starts low, and builds up to the face of the hotel, but it seems like the mass scale due to the height of that center building, it seems like it should also step down somewhat from the eastern building as a stepping stone. I think it's the same height, almost appears higher, but
That elevation looks like it's a little bit lower.
I would say they're probably dealing with the driveway, the grade, the access to floodplain. If anything, we should let them step the eastern side up a little bit if you want it to step more.
I'm not going for that. Well, is anybody opposed asking for give them a shot at showing us what it would look like to be slightly lower
I don't,
this forward?
I don't feel strongly about that, Mark.
Okay, that's one.
I think yes, it would be better if it's lower, of course, but with the other things I'm sort of asking them to do, I'm not willing to sort of say that you have to do that. I think if we see this relief from this massing, this might be more present. We might sort of refocus on this in a next review.
I got that when I was standing looking at the story poles across the street. I don't know if everybody crossed the street, but it just begged for a shorter middle building.
Well, but to use the right words, because that's one building.
Yes.
There's only two.
Oh, okay. The center module.
It's only one building right now.
Well, okay.
Okay. Well, Kiernan,
I'm Team Shabby on this one. I'm with you, Mark.
So you'd like to see, there's three primary south facing gables.
Yes.
And you would like to see the three
Well-
progressively step to the east.
I think to build into the hotel, but I just frankly, forget the stepping. I'm not hung up on that. It just across the street, mass and scale, it looked too big.
That's more what I was getting at.
Okay, so that's two of us. Couple lifts. Andrew, where are you? Would you like to at least see what they can do?
Yeah. I like that hierarchy of it.
Okay. And so what we have is let's see if we can do this without these note cards that we said we were gonna use this evening hour. So we have a scale guideline, same as number one, which has something to do with height. Reduce the height of the center module gable. Yes, we can't call it building, right? Well, what do you want to, what word do you want to use there?
Center module is probably fine.
Module. My pen's running out. Okay, it just came back, unlike the clock, it's still stuck. And what about that? Well, we're gonna get the change in wall plane, which will take care of that proud. Well, or will it on the center building, the proud extension on the second floor? Am I the only one that's concerned with that?
I am less concerned about the wall plane other than the very western elevation of the western side. I would say that in certain cases, it's helpful to step back those upper levels. I mean, they're already doing it in the middle form, but I wouldn't do it everywhere. You sort of start becoming repetitive.
But I mean, I'm talking about reducing the middle module, the amount that three window is standing proud of the wall plane,
Fine with me, sure.
the wall plane. Kieran,
Small ask.
Stacy, what?
No.
A no?
I mean, it's defensible enough. Sure.
I think we're asking them to do a lot for this one particular part of the module.
Yeah.
And I just kind of want to see what they come
Mark,
back with.
that module is doing what we want. The third level, the upper level is step back, the middle level steps forward, and then there's a bay.
In the
It's
bay.
Step.
Okay, well,
There's
I don't-
three steps.
Have the vote, so I'm gonna move us on.
I'm just trying to follow.
But thank you. Okay. So the only thing that we have then is the southwest corner, D, reduction of mass. Are we on the size of the dormers on the west building, or is that,
You could almost leave two the way it is, given the
well, that doesn't tell them.
discussion.
Well, I know. Shouldn't we just say what we mean?
Okay. Reduce.
Change to say reduce the size of the building D west.
Well, what we really arrived on, I think, was reduce the width
That's correct.
of the southeast shed dormer. And then you could go on from there if you feel like it.
That's
maybe
enough.
More in proportion.
Southeast?
Southeast.
Okay. Okay, and that falls into the same one corner. Dormer. Okay, and then, okay. Everybody got, who wants to do this?
You do.
All right. I honestly think there's a lot of changes here.
Those are the conditions. for-
Oh, thank you. Good.
On your note card.
I'd prefer to, some of this. And I mean, let me hang on, before I make the motion, let's practice on 3. Are we going to change that to say, reduce the amount of the brick? Is the word reduce? And not tell them how, where?
Reduce and strike upper stories.
Yep. Well, that's what.
Reduce the brick with a combination of more refined materials.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. So I'm ready to give it a try, but to me, how many do we have in the backlog?
We have approximately 4 currently.
4.
Well, because remember, this is preliminary on a large scale. We all will see it again.
Yeah, oh no, I know we'll see it again.
Okay.
I was thinking about, we gave some comments that they didn't listen to in the workshop, but this is only the first formal hearing. Should we push it out to July and give other people that are closer approval a chance or not?
I don't.
Huh? Ron, can
I
you?
don't care about that.
Ron,
Is
can you-
this close enough? Are you asking, can we approve it or not?
No, continuation. The question is when.
Oh, when?
Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
It seems like a lot to get done by June.
I mean,
I
you got
would-
10 days.
I
You
would-
can't get all this
I would
done.
go to July.
Of course I can. I'll be ready. for
Yeah, well,
tomorrow
we've
morning.
heard, we've seen that movie before, and I don't like to rush people. This, the turtle sometimes wins the race. Does it make sense? Okay. All right,
I'm pretty fast, yeah.
low, steady. Okay, so I'm gonna suggest we move it out to July 16th, and there's people lined up waiting. Some of those probably are closer to approval. I move to continue to the July 16th, 2025 hearing, the preliminary large-scale new construction on lot 7-8 San Juan Vista, based on the findings. Staff memo dated May 21st, 2025, the following conditions. Okay, 1, as written, and I'll welcome any friendly amendments. Number 2, change to read, reduce the southeast dormers on the west building per ACA 1 and 5, AC 26D1. Number 3, reduce the amount of brick, or change it to read, reduce the amount of brick with a combination of more refined materials such as wood or more finished masonry to reflect the traditional hierarchy of materials and reduce the massing for AC 30A1 and 4 and AC 31D. 4 remains as is. 5 remains as is. Number 6, reduce height of the middle module gable per AC 23A1, AC 23-1, 2, and 3 also apply under mass and scale. Number 7, substantially reduce the southwest corner of the western module to allow more setback on the south area near the bike path per AC intro, AC 13, AC 16, and AC 16B. Let's see, that's 8.
AC intro, AC 13 and AC 16.
And AC 16B.
Number 9, reduce the size. Oh, no, we already got that one.
8.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on 8. That might be it. That is it. This motion is based on evidence and testimony provided at a public hearing held on May 21st, 2025, and no such hearing is provided by the Telluride Land Use Code.
Matt will second.
Kieran, yes.
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Andrew, yes.
Okay, we'll see you then.
Okay,
Good luck.
thank you.
Thank you. Did you want a 2-minute break?
Actually, good. Thank you for.
Okay,
Unless,
then,
unless other people want a break, in which case,
we'll go on to the final, project tonight. Does somebody need a quick break?
No, I probably will halfway
He's
through.
going, yeah. I'll take a 5.
All right, 3 minutes. It's 9:10. Your project of the evening is the work session at 335 West Colorado. It's the county and town facilities and shed repositioning work session. Consideration application for work session on a new construction and rated shed repositioning pursuant to Land Use Code 5201C. It's lots 1, 3, 5, 13, and 15, block 1, town of Telluride at 335 West Colorado. Historic Commercial District, owner San Miguel County, applicant HOK and CC A Architects. Design guideline, well, we know what that is, and this is staff member Kristen Clothier.
Okay, since this is a work session, I'm not going to get into lots of depth here. I'm just going to give you a really high level warm up to your discussion and then pass it on to the applicants. And so let me just get us started here. Project overview. This HARC work session is an opportunity for a preliminary conversation with HARC regarding a potential new building at 335 West Colorado Ave, proposed to be occupied by both San Miguel County and Town of Telluride Municipal Department offices, with some commercial retail at the ground level. The preliminary work session will also include a discussion with HARC about the potential for the repositioning of one of two historic sheds not currently cited in its original location. The county and town have entered into a memorandum of understanding for the feasibility and preliminary design. And the proposed project is in the very preliminary conceptual design phase, and the applicant is seeking guidance from HARC prior to preparing a formal HARC application. So just to give you a little more background, I included this in your packet of materials on page 2, but I think it's important that HARC have some of the context of how we got even to just this first step of a preliminary work session. And again, this background, as noted in the staff memo, it's not intended to be used as part of the design review process itself, but it does give you a sense of the timelines and direction from town council and the Board of County Commissioners that might be useful to you contextually. So starting back in late December 2023, town initiated a partnership with HOK and CCA, two consulting firms, an architect who are here to formulate a comprehensive facilities needs assessment and a master plan. This initiative encompassed approximately 79 staff members spread across departments and locations here in town. And the primary objective is to devise a future-oriented solution that optimizes service delivery to the community, streamlines staff efficiencies, and accommodates growth and requirements over the next decade and beyond. So as part of this project scope, as noted in your staff memo, there was an evaluation of town departments and existing facilities across the town, as well as the potential for a new building site at the county-owned 335 West Colorado location. So there were on-site inspections, in-depth programming interviews with department heads, review of existing documentation, and review of current master plans. So a space needs program was devised and a 20-year capital plan was identified. So now next step, that was back in 2023. Now we're in March 2024. HOK and CCA, the consultants, presented 3 distinct scenarios accompanied by estimated costs to address identified space requirements across the town, and council provided guidance to staff and consultants and selected a scenario C for further exploration. This involved conceptual design, refinement, including concept floor plans, massing diagrams, program schedule, conceptual renderings, formulation of construction cost estimates. So the selected scenario includes a number of elements, including renovating various town facilities for use by various departments, as well as a new build potential at 335 West Colorado that we'll be having this work session about this evening to house a number of town and county departments. So this next phase, where we are now, entails taking this town council approved approach just through the preliminary design, cost estimation, and financing steps. And San Miguel County has indicated the interest in partnering with the town. I mentioned the MOU. So we are at this point in this work session having that preliminary conversation. So I just wanted to set the stage for how we are here and then provide you with some background on the project itself, very high level, because this is a work session. So it's not a complete staff review. So the existing site, it's at the gateway to the Telluride Main Street Commercial Treatment Area. It's in the heart of the Telluride Historic Landmark District. Existing and proposed structures. The existing primary commercial structure is non-contributing without qualifications. The proposal includes demolition of this structure and replacement with a new primary structure comprised of retail, commercial on the first floor, fronting on Colorado Ave, and office space for San Miguel County and Town of Telluride on the upper floors. There are 2 historic sheds, 2 contributing sheds on the property, TJS number 80 and 81. So 80 is in its original location and 81 is not in its original historic location. So we'll talk about that further briefly. You know, the overall precepts of the design guidelines: keep it simple, keep it in scale, respect historic resources, make all new design compatible with the existing context. And this particular project, we have 4 different design guidelines that apply: Main Street commercial, rehabilitation, alley shed and secondary structures, and exterior and site lighting. So for this first work session on the proposed project, while it is still in its conceptual phase, the aim is to focus on the design guidelines that are particularly pertinent at this early stage of project design. Clearly, there will be many more discussions covering all the design guidelines moving forward, but I just pulled forth a small number of design guidelines from all 4 of those sections of the design guidelines for discussion, included in your packet. So I put them in verbatim so you have a reference point. I also have slides if you need a reference at any point this evening. So I'll just run through what they are. Topics: mass and scale, third stories on storefronts, building form, context compatibility, relationship to site context, corner lots, views, recessed entries, storefront character, pattern of building materials, pedestrian scale, site planning, alley character, mass scale and form, and site relationship and orientation. So I am briefly just going to focus on 2 of those guidelines in terms of staff input, and then hand it over to you and to the applicants for further discussion, and I'll be here for questions afterwards. So big picture, Main Street commercial treatment area. I'm going to be focusing on mass and scale in my comments, but setting the stage, this treatment area encompasses half of each block that faces Colorado Ave from Aspen to Alden. So the primary structure fronting on 335 West Colorado is the first building in the Main Street commercial treatment area on the north side as one enters the historic commercial zone district. It contains some of the most picturesque historic commercial buildings in the Rocky Mountain West and functions as the commercial core of the town, as you know. Buildings frame one of the most spectacular views in Colorado. Preservation of such historic and scenic assets, especially in this treatment area, is vital to the community. Each historic building in this treatment area significantly contributes to the integrity of the district. New development should be compatible with the historic character of Main Street. And a few other things from the design guidelines: an alignment of storefronts, a rhythmic placement of windows on the second floors, a consistency in roof heights, create the strong continuity that pervades this area. And Main Street was and should remain the traditional hub of Telluride, the center of commercial and cultural activity. So designs for new construction should relate to the traditional storefront, reinforce the retail-oriented function of the street, and enhance its pedestrian character. So this is that preliminary conceptual design that is part of this work session this evening. I will just point out a few things for your further discussion subsequently, again, without going into lots of detail. On the Colorado Ave facade, here, the south facade, you're seeing that the applicant has been working to break up what is a large expanse into the traditional historic divisions and widths. So sort of breaking it up into almost 3 separate storefronts, retaining some of that storefront character. We can get into detail on that, but I think I'm just very quickly staying high level. The applicant has stepped back that 3rd story, really, thinking about the design guidelines. One question for you will be whether it is step back enough, thinking about it from, across the street, across Colorado, although they have significantly stepped it back, and, finding that balance. And also, because there are a lot of windows on that 3rd story. That's just another element of that 3rd story you'll want to think about as we're talking about how far it should be stepped back in context. But it's pretty far step back at this point. Applicant can get into the details. So the front facade, the Colorado Ave facade, is heading in a positive direction, I would say, and much fairly consistent with the design guidelines if I were reviewing this formally, which I'm not doing because this is a work session. I'm more concerned with the west facade here. I think the front two modules facing on Colorado, as they step back from Colorado, are, if I were reviewing per the design guidelines, much more consistent than the back two modules, and there are sort of 4 here. So starting from the front, a number of the design guidelines talk about corner lots and bringing the storefronts around the corner. So that's that first module. And again, it's stepped back significantly on the 3rd floor, but whether or not that's sufficient, we will discuss. The second module, in terms of the design, fairly consistent with the design guidelines, just a question about the stepping back on the 3rd level and wanting to discuss that because I think that's something we'd be looking for. The 3rd module and the 4th module are ones I would encourage you to really focus on. I think there are perhaps too many breaks along this facade, and that 3rd module back from Colorado is very modern, very, very different than the design of the other elements of this structure. And the 4th element, which includes the parking, has a lot of foundation visible stonework that you may also want to consider as you're thinking about massing. So, you know, there's a good conversation we can have about this. I'm happy to talk through any elements you'd like, but I'm just high level flagging some things that we'll want to think about on the mass and scale front. I think the next piece, this is just that view down Colorado. So I want us to be looking at that as we're talking through that. I think the other item I just want to flag again, and then I will get quiet because it's your work session, is one of the rehabilitation standards. So these apply, of course, to contributing sheds. Here at the work session, we're just going to focus on potential shed relocation of one of the 2 historic sheds. And for this reason, I'm only bringing forth RE number 1 exclusively, which is site relationship and orientation. And again, I'm flagging the things for further discussion, not I usually do this with all these presentations, not the things that are consistent, but the things that we'll want to talk through. So in this particular instance, a building's historic significance includes its orientation and physical relationship to the street, alley, and other structures on the site and adjacent properties. So in this case, in such cases where there's a non-conforming setback, or in this case, where a structure has been moved, which we'll talk about further on, you may consider relocating it, and we can discuss where you would relocate that to and what's appropriate. So preserve a historic structure in its original location on the site when feasible, including orientation, setbacks, building height, and relationship of the first floor to finished grade. These are all applying to the building that's in its historic location already and retaining it in its location, which is what's being proposed. But then this next one, A5, repositioning a historic structure on its site may be considered if deemed necessary for preservation due to conditions such as non-compliant setbacks or to provide access between structures for maintenance or fire suppression. So in this instance, again, THAS number 80 is in its original location. Applicant's proposing to retain it there. For the second structure, THAS number 81, the applicant is proposing to move it, but again, it's not in its original location to begin with. And so the proposed relocation currently is bringing it up towards Colorado Avenue and placing it on a different county-owned property, but close to Colorado. I, as staff, would suggest that if that structure, which is not in its original location, were to be relocated, it should be relocated to the alley and consistent with our design guidelines, our alley standards. It should be put back in a location that is appropriate for what it is, which is a structure that historically would have been sited on the alley. There is a potential location on the same county site that might work for relocating it and might be both feasible and meet our design guidelines, again, because it's not in its original site. So I just wanted to put that out there. A few things to think about, but I know it's not my place to do a deep analysis at this stage. It's work session and I'm going to stop talking now. I'm here if you need me.
I have one question that I'll ask Pippin. If you don't know me, I'll ask the applicant.
Sure.
For the facade height, I'm seeing in the write-up, it's saying 35 feet from average grade. It's my understanding that should be measured from the average grade of the sidewalk of that facade. And I'm wondering if you know what that height is, or if that's something I should just ask the applicant.
I think I'm going to defer to the applicant because they're going to go into a deep dive on the project, I'm sure, for you.
Thank you.
Of course. And so I just want to remind you that the requested action for HARC is to provide general feedback on the options presented by the applicant, and your review at this work session is not intended to vest the applicant or public with any reliance as the outcome of the formal development review process per Land Use Code Section 5201C5. So that is it. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant and
Do we know the name of the applicant that I need to unmute? Oh, I guess maybe just.
Start with that, Jessica and Charles.
Yes, it'll be Charles and I.
Charles Kenneth.
And before they start, I just want to commend the applicant for coming forth with a work session, because this is commendable and it's a great part of the process, and especially for something complex and at such a sensitive part of town. So thank you.
Mark, may I follow with one quick comment?
Yes.
I also, following on what Mark just said, want to make HARC aware that the applicant also has had given me the opportunity to go over our land use code and design guidelines in a couple of meetings prior to the work session, and really is pulling staff in early in the conversation and wants to pull HARC in very early as well. And so, yes.
Okay, who's starting?
Right. I guess I will. This is Charles Cuniff, up here in Aspen, and CCA is the design architect for this project, and HOK, and Jessica is who you see on screen, is the municipal and office government facilities expertise. And they're very well known for office building, government facilities, municipal buildings, space planning, and are very good at that particular specialty. We enjoy working with them a lot. So the space needs analysis, which was a large part of what this project was initially, involved them to do a deep dive into all of the town's needs, what facilities the town has now, and what the future looks like. Kristen did a really good job of getting into that in more depth than I expected. I have been in I don't know any of you there, but I've been in Telluride. I've been working in Telluride since 1980. I've had an office there up until the pandemic. I had a full-time office there. And we've done a lot of buildings on Main Street, like the San Juan building, Bank of Telluride, the Silver Trestle building, a few other renovations, the Telluride Depot building. We worked in the Plunge Landing building. And we're working a lot with Telluride Town Park and with the infrastructure. We've done the bleachers, the pool, the catering facility, the festival stage, and currently working towards completion of the warming hut. Was involved in the 80s, early 90s with an opera house renovation, the Sheridan Opera House. Was a founding member of the Sheridan Arts Foundation. And up in the Mountain Village, we did the Granita building in the Mountain Village. And then Virginia Plaza and Trotta and Longwell affordable housing projects, working closely with Lance. Done many other projects in the Telluride area, and we've done a lot of projects like the Aspen City Hall and the Uray County Courthouse. I just want to give you guys a little dose of familiarity with us, so you can trust our expertise. And Jessica is going to take us through the building plans and set the tone for what the needs are. And one of the challenges here is on this side is county property, the town's office needs could largely be met here. The county has office needs as well. And so we're pressed with trying to fit all of the future needs efficiently on this site and have the building still be compatible in a more contemporary way with the town's historic district.
Thanks, Charles. can everyone see my screen? Just want to make sure. Sharing the right one. Okay, great. So we'll dive in a bit more to the site. As Kristen was saying, the project is located at Aspen in Colorado. On the left side, you see the current footprint of 335 West Colorado, and on the right, the proposed footprint, which is largely similar to the Miramonte from a footprint perspective next to it. You do see on the right side the proposed relocation of shed number 81, which we'll talk about a little bit later. And a zoomed in view of the site plan, the site is approximately 75 feet wide by 125 feet in depth. Our building is set back off the alley, or proposed to be set back off the alley about 24 feet, 10 inches. And then we do a step and set back further to 34 feet. We are up against the property line in the front, providing that a storefront and maintaining the character along Colorado. And then some floor plans just to give you an idea of the uses within the building. So on the first floor is primarily retail with vertical circulation, as well as building mechanical and storage spaces. The second floor, as was noted, this building would be occupied by both the town and the county. So the proposed second floor would be county offices, as well as some shared conferencing facilities. One of the drivers for collaborating on this building is that both the town and county have similar needs in terms of conferencing, pantry spaces, and other uses. So by co-locating within this building, it can be a great efficiency to both the town and the county. There's a proposed connection between the new structure and the Miramonte building. And then the third floor would be, again, town offices and spaces, along with shared pantry, conference facilities, an exterior patio, and some vertical circulation again. And again, a connection at that third floor to provide shared uses of both buildings. And then on the roof, there's a proposed roof deck. We would have vertical circulation coming up to this level to serve that roof. You have to unmute Charles now. Sorry. I'm going to pass it back.
Thank you.
Okay, hi. So this is a street view looking at Colorado. The before and after, the top one is showing the existing Colorado Avenue Historic Commercial District. It shows that it has a mix of 1, 2, and 3-story buildings. And then the proposed building maintains the storefronts on the ground floor, and with predominantly glass storefronts as historically appropriate, relating to the pedestrian scale. The upper levels have a reverse relationship where it's more punches in the punched openings in the walls of the building. Then, and those windows in the historic proportions of sort of a 1 to 2. The lot is wider than the typical 25-foot wide. It's a 75-foot wide lot, same size as the Miramonte building. We're trying to break the scale down from the Miramonte building to the corner. And we've broken it down to some modules. And where there's a 3-story vertical expression, we're using that to shield a little bit the view of the Miramonte building as you approach town, but also to be the first step down towards the left. And then taking down that 2-story expression around the corner, and then up Aspen Street. Then the next picture, okay. So, and then looking at building sections across the street, the Peterson building is on the right across the street. So we're showing the new building facade and its relation to the Peterson building across the street, creating a similar height and scale for the 2-story portion along Colorado Avenue. There's significant grade change along Aspen, and due to this, the overall massing and height of the new building is reduced as you walk north toward the alley and the historic shed. So it's a pretty significant grade. And the 3 openings you see there, there's parking on the lot. The building the top floor, which is the second floor off the alley, goes out over the parking. Then with this is a little compilation of some of the corner conditions on Main Street. Many of the corner conditions have towers or turrets and those sort of forms. And then one of our observations along Main Street is on that side of Main Street, there is hardly any building that's 25 feet. I'm not sure there are any along this stretch. And some of the buildings are quite long across their facade. And this building is attempting to break that up slightly more appropriately than some of these older buildings have done. Do we have another one? Yeah. And this is the spectacular view down the east end of the valley. And we're trying to maintain it with the new building. And the 3-story portion of the building is located adjacent to the Miramonte building, providing visual continuity and framing of the view to kind of continue the experience that exists now. And it was a setback to the 2-story expression around the corner. And that also steps it down across the street to the Peterson building. So you have the Peterson building and this corner building as 2-story elements. And as you go down, it steps up to 3, heading towards the courthouse, with the Elks building on the right, which is also a 3-story building. In some ways, it continues and reinforces a historic context that's true to Main Street. And then as the property is wider than the typical 25-foot width, it's 75 feet. The design breaks down to a 25 to 30-foot module on the right, and then 3 modules on the left. The Miramonte building modules are a little different than 25 or 30. They're sort of like 15. So we're trying to pick up that rhythm a little bit without jarring it too much, and then continuing around the corner. The third floor is set back. There's a deck space on that 3rd floor, different than the roof deck, that allows breakout for the county and city employees to have we have a pantry up there and a place for lunch breaks, and they can go out on that patio to enjoy being outside. And then the design guidelines allow for 3-story facades where they're in height and proportion and in scale with adjacent buildings. And the facade design is predominantly flat while incorporating some decorative banding to give it some relief and to relate to some of the historic detailing you see in the city, but trying to do it in maybe a slightly more contemporary way to relate to the historic proportions. And the brick detailing will be developed to be to more in-depth for detail. And then as the building turns the corner and goes up, I did take to heart some of the things that Kristen said. We're in the early stages of this. We want to read the 2-story building around the corner with continuation of the storefronts. Then there's another storefront opportunity there, and that continues the 2nd-story office. But that's one area on the 3rd floor where the 3rd floor offices we thought could come forward some. Maybe they don't have to come forward that far, but they should come forward to give the office space what it needs. Then the in-between space is kind of like a hyphen. It's where the vertical stair circulation takes you throughout the building. It's the second means of egress for the building. Then the part to the left, there's office space on the top there, and then it's open for parking. So it's a relatively large retired parking area that's covered by the 2nd story of the building. And the stone base, it's not shown in here, but we've studied some stone detailing and some breaking up of that so it'd be more human scale. Then building entrances and retail entrances are recessed. We'd like to look at some kind of a marquee over the entrance to the offices. So when you are walking along Main Street, you can identify where the office spaces are if you're looking for public services. And then there's a view directly across the street from from the Peterson Building sidewalk, looking across to there. We're working on how to break up the mass of the building, continue the street experience, and do it in a way that's not derivative of the historic context, but is compatible. So we're interested in hearing your feedback, and Jessica's gonna go on with the historic shed.
Thanks, Charles. One last view to kind of set up the discussion of the historic sheds. This is a view looking down the alley behind the site. The shed you see in the front is shed number 80, which, as Kristen noted, is documented to be in its existing location. And then you can see our proposed new building beyond that, and the existing Miramonte building further down the alley. In looking at this, when you look at the existing view, you do catch a corner of that shed number 81. But as a view, walking down the street, looking down the alley, really the shed number 80 is more prominent in that experience. And we keep going to the next slide. As Kristen noted, shed number 81 was not in its current location, or in its original location. And so through the development of the programming and the project with both the town and county, really we were challenged to look at possibilities for relocation of the shed, and the county did propose a location within county property within the same block in the park space between the Miramonte building and the county courthouse. The idea that was brought forward from the county was this could be repurposed as a pavilion, as a picnic pavilion. It could include information regarding the historic nature of the sheds in the town of Telluride, and really become a place for education for both town residents and visitors to Telluride, to learn more about the sheds and really their fabric across the town. And it would kind of get a new life in presumably its third location within town. And with that, we, again, really appreciate the opportunity to come to you early in our design, and look forward to hearing your comments and questions.
Thank you. I'd like to throw out 4 or 5 questions real quickly, and mostly just information. And again, that's one of the luxuries of a work session. We can actually just kind of casually converse. So my first question is, since we don't have dimensions on this, what is the setback from Colorado and also on Aspen of that 3rd story structure? How many feet?
10 or 12.
You want to take this one, Ashley?
Sure. We have a 10-foot setback off of Colorado Avenue and an 8-foot setback off of Aspen.
Okay. And just as a footnote, if you look at the last 5 rulings of HARC on Main Street, we averaged 20 to 30 foot setbacks. As a matter of fact and record, just FYI. And of course, this is more sensitive yet because it's on a corner at the whole entrance to town. But second question was trying to walk in your shoes and try to max my space. In a hearing, we would not ask this question, but I'm trying to think along with you. If you had egress, the stairway that goes over, comes up 3 stories on the west side, chews up a lot of potential office space. With the stair and elevator tower on the east side, is there no way to have egress through Miramonte as a second legal access or exit? Or are you stuck with second tower that steals all your floor space?
We looked at that, and it doesn't really function that well with the office. You would lose so much office space to create a hallway to go through, because we don't have any interior hallways that are taking up space. If we were to do that, we'd have to introduce a hallway that would have to be fireproof, and that would be a huge challenge.
Okay, well, I mean, I was looking at, you could go over the parking, which would not require any hallway on the second floor, but the third floor, I see, yes,
Yeah.
you would need some sort of hall, but.
Yeah, and we also have that 2/3 distance from between two exits we have to
Okay,
consider too.
the next one was, the, second. Step back height, because that's really what we're gonna focus on, mass and scale, right? You know what, I've got a couple of the notes, but I'm gonna let some other people chime in and then I'll finish. But those were some upfront questions.
I just have one question. What's the height of the south facade? The second story, that railing?
Up to the top of the second story is
Yes.
27 feet.
And is that from
Colorado,
the sidewalk?
yes.
For the second story, yes.
Thank you.
So those are 13 and 14-foot ceilings in there, huh?
We have a little bit
It's a
taller
railing.
of a parapet to provide access on that roof deck.
So what's the top of the
Four-
parapet?
42 inches
That's-
above the
yeah.
deck is the parapet.
What do you say?
Could you repeat? I'm looking for the
Yeah,
highest
the-
point of that second story, including any
Yeah,
railing
yes.
parapet from the sidewalk.
Yeah, the parapet itself is 42 inches because it had for a code. So the actual ceiling height is considerably lower. It's close to 4 feet lower than the top of the parapet.
Again, I'm looking for the total height, not the parapet. I mean, give me from the sidewalk to the top of the railing.
27 feet.
Could you repeat that?
27 feet. The height includes the railing or the parapet.
Mhm.
It would be approximately 24 to the roof deck without the parapet.
Okay. Other questions?
Well, I have one that's probably fairly simple on the building set, the north-south building section. It appears that there's a projection perhaps above the main entrance. I don't think that's correct. It doesn't appear that way.
Yeah, that is showing, you're talking about right there, that's it. We were proposing some kind of a marquee or a covering that would come out slightly to announce the entrance to the public office space. So as you're coming down the sidewalk, you can identify. Now, that could be simple signage, but so the
all
office space is visible.
So I'll then assume that this rendering precedes or supersedes this section, because this section that's not what the section shows. The section shows a fairly, I would say, pronounced projection
Oh.
that appears to be like half a story tall. Anyway,
It's a combination of an overhang at the entry and
And
also a
Recessed entrance.
storefront.
oh,
Yeah,
I see. It's cutting to the
yeah.
recess. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's cut through the recess.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for clarifying.
Other questions?
No, I know, but
I'll ask one while they're thinking. Thanks for referring to the Sanborn maps on the contributing sheds, and one, obviously, we agree it wasn't there. It's still always a sensitive item of moving a contributing shed, not repositioning, moving. I would just early on implore you, I heard at the council meeting in April, I listened in, that the county proposed putting this shed in the back, retaining, and as Kristen noted, that's a rightful place. One right place is on the alley, because it was on the alley, and not where the goose was. I think there's a good possibility. I'm heading up a citizens group to try to bring the goose back. Of course, the fire department owns it, and we all know that story. And bucks around a circle in Ridgeway on our goose. But if you consider putting it there, A, it seems out of context, and B, I'd hate to see the opportunity to bring the goose in next to the courthouse. It's 3-decade place, obviated by this. So I hope the council meeting proposition is a good alternative. So I'll just state that for the moment.
It'd be cool to get a little bit more exposure, right? If it's on the north end of that lot, not gonna get much.
As many of the alley structures, you only have to walk down the alley. Right.
Put it on the south end of Elks and turn it to a public restroom.
There you go. Well, I'd like to have the goose go around the tailings pond too, but you know. I'd drive it. But I'm told it'd have to be converted to electric because it makes too much noise for the Pandora neighbors. I could talk a lot.
But I digress.
Okay. But I'm not done yet. Other questions or comments? Because we do need to summarize some of these comments at the end here.
Well, in the spirit of a work session, I mean, I think I'll just kind of cut right to it. And I did notice that staff put policy 20 mass and scale right at the front. I've always wondered why policy mass and scale is 20. Shouldn't it be a single digit at least? Anyway.
Well, we tried to renumber these when we redid it, or we couldn't. Yeah, okay.
Instead of pontificating, I'm just gonna read, which I sometimes do, but not always. New construction present a tall 1 or 2 facade, 1 or 2 story facade at the front property line. It does then go on to talk about 3rd story facades. But those should be set back substantially. Where is that one? 21. Well, and then it goes into the next section, 3rd stories on storefronts. It's so important to the guidelines that it gets its own guideline, 3rd stories. It talks about how true 3-story facade shall be considered in very limited cases, not only limited cases, but very limited cases. The height and proportion of placements of all facades must appear to be in scale with all nearby buildings. Now, I'm going to get hung up there, and I'll tell you why. I, for 15 years, have looked out my office window at the Miramani building. And I think it's unfortunate on many levels. It's top heavy. It's uniform across the 3rd level. It steps in and out on the street level, certainly, and it has a storefront, but I could go on. I don't think using the Miramani building as a precedent or something to rise to is a good a good plan of attack. And then number 2, a project that incorporates more than one lot, which this does. I mean, it's 1 lot, but it's really 3, right? It's 25s. The 3rd story shall not dominate. Now, I wouldn't say that this 3rd story dominates, and I do appreciate that it's on the eastern portion and it does step down to the corner, but I'm still concerned with what that does. Now we have 75 feet of Miramonte at 1 3-story level, and now we're adding another 25 feet to it. I find that problematic. Anyway, I thought I'd get that out of the way. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll chime in. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Stacy, on those comments. I think the elephant in the room for me is the 3rd story. I don't think the 3rd story should be visible from across the street, nor do I think it should be visible from the rest of Colorado moving to the south, as this abuts the historic district, as it's historic residential district, and as it. I lost my place here. As it's the entrance to the commercial core, and as it's a corner lot. We can go on about how it should also step down to the alley and to the historic shed to the north on the site, but I think fundamentally, I don't think you should be able to see the 3rd story from the primary vantage points.
And that would be consistent with very recent projects that we've looked at in this core. Yes. Project,
I
at
would-
least project.
I would offer that the Miramonte building corner, as you're coming into town, looking at the spectacular view at the end of the town, seeing the Miramonte building is not the most attractive, in my opinion. And our idea was to put a small portion of our third story there to transition away from that building into the rest of our building and make that corner a little more appealing.
Understood, and I agree that you're achieving that goal. I'm just concerned with the now 100-foot wide elevation.
Yep.
And one other thing that you see for sure with the Sheridan and its western addition is a significant break in the wall plane. I mean, I think it's probably 4 feet wide and at least 3 or 4 feet deep, the break between those two. Here, there's a change of at least the color of the brick. There's a change in some of the the finer details. The window pattern remains the same though. I'd like to see more of a gesture at breaking up the 75-foot width.
You're speaking about between the taller section and then the lower 2 stories,
Yeah, I
similar
mean-
to the chop house around New
So
Sheridan.
we could create a little indentation between the Miramonte building and our building to give it a little break. Without losing,
I appreciate that
without
you're
losing the floor area that we need.
Yeah, you're making the attempt to break this into 2 buildings, or as it were. But to me, that differentiation isn't substantial enough.
Yeah, needs to be more.
Yeah, okay.
We talk about the shed?
Yeah.
Relocation?
Sure.
So I think relocating 81 is appropriate to an acceptable receiver site. And I think that should be an alley site. So I think the proposed site in the park is fundamentally the wrong direction. I don't have a strong opinion if it would be best if it's repositioned on the current lot, but I am also fine with the relocation to a different receiver lot that's on the alley.
And that's what they proposed at the council meeting behind the Miramonte.
Yeah.
And that's what Kristen made a comment on. It needs to be an alley.
I do want to, share when we looked at that site behind Miramonte that's within the same block on the alley. There is significant electrical infrastructure there that would likely have to be relocated to then accommodate the shed. And so in further discussions after town council and with the county, it was really determined that that was something that they did not want to take on at this time. So although it was considered, it was then determined not to be viable. So I think we hear and we understand you're looking for an alley location, but that one probably is not viable.
James, Town of Telluride. The reason that the site that you're seeing in the plans is what you're seeing is that was town council's specific direction to bring that site to this board. We hear you with your feedback, and if that's your feedback, that's your feedback, and that's important for us to hear, and we will continue to investigate alley sites. But I wanted to give you the context of why you're seeing what you're seeing. Town council told us to.
It's retrofitting the electrical service and utilities there. So, yeah, but
Thank you, James.
I don't know how old that is anyway. Maybe it needs to be redone.
Yeah, and I don't know if this will resonate with anyone, but my thought kind of was, look, we know nothing will be built between, or it's highly unlikely that anything will be built between the Miramonte building and the courthouse. But what I'm afraid of is we're creating another condition like with the tea house that we just saw, where we're putting this little thing awkwardly in between 2 large buildings. It's not, I don't know.
I mean, there's a number of reasons. If you want to put it in the front, just tear it down. Frankly, you're just drawing the context as it is. So there's no point in keeping it at that point.
Okay. Just so we can start gathering some notes for to summarize feedback, on the west elevation, drawing number 6, we give them some feedback. I mean, we kind of commented on the 3rd floor, 8 foot's not enough on the setback on going up, Aspen, but what about that center module and then the rear or north module? I guess, should we leave that as our setback comments, or are there any exceptions to any portion of that, either the center piece or the rear piece? Of course, then the rear doesn't step down to the alley.
Too big, too tall, step back,
Sorry.
step down. I said it's too big, it's too tall, step back, step down, something. It's an alley, it's not to pedestrian scale.
I will comment though, if, if the 3rd story essentially is removed from that perspective across the street from Aspen, then as it approaches the shed, it really will be a 1 or 1.5 story structure. So stepping back or removing the 3rd story mass from the northern side away from the alley will step it down automatically.
Yeah, I looked at this elevation for a while and my head, I literally couldn't focus my thoughts. There were so many things bouncing out of me. I think one thing that's perhaps a little bit damaging is that it appears to me that the 3 openings to the parking area, I think there's a guardrail on top of what appears to me to perhaps to be a parapet or a raised wall. I think it's higher than the parking level, because the parking level would come in off the alley, which is at the shed level. And that looks to be maybe the stone wall extends perhaps 2.5 feet, 30 inches above. And then it has the railing above that. So that stone wall is a lot more monolithic and
We
massive.
slightly ramp up to get into the parking room.
It's not in pedestrian scale. It's overscaled.
Right. It's a really challenging elevation for so many reasons. I mean, the steepness of the Aspen sidewalk there, precludes a lot of entrance exit from there. I mean, is that an access door in the center, man door, or no?
Yeah, it's an egress.
It's there, it's an egress there. Okay.
So Stacy, if that stone mass was lowered so that it sort of intersects the sidewalk on the north of that,
It'd be in
theory,
it could be
Break it up.
an improvement. It would reduce the massiveness and bring that more into pedestrian scale. I do, if you take that element alone, it's a 2-story element. Even though we're talking really about the 3rd level, it's really a 2-story element here. I don't know. I need the 3rd level to be stepped back there, because there it's a 2-story element. As long as that break is really strong, the stair element is strong. So I in the center, we see a 3-story element. Now there, I really do want to see that true 3rd story element step back.
right? So in concept, if you cut the building in half and the southern part was a 2-story, presents 2 stories
With a step back 3rd.
that you can't see from across the street in Colorado. And then as we move up and we're gaining the grade, then this can move into a 2-story element, which if you translate it across, that'd be 3 stories. But essentially it's 2-story masses together. And then understanding there's going to be some 3rd story connection in the center and the back.
Yeah, and what we're really missing, or maybe what I didn't really, is that alley view. I mean, step down to that alley.
Yeah.
Right now, this presents, I think, now it's step back from the alley. But it doesn't, it's a 2-story plane.
Here, yeah.
I think it's a 2.5-story plane.
2.5-story plane.
The small comment, but some of the renderings, I mean, they're beautiful, but with sort of the skewed views, it's a little deceiving. I'm sure these are renderings and not the elevations you're going to come forward with.
Well, yeah, I will say at workstation level though, they're pretty good, right? We don't always get this at workstation. They're pure workstation stuff.
Matt, just for my notes before we start recapping, would you repeat, you're on drawing 6, we talked about this stone mass, but I didn't get written down what you said about how to treat this going back to the north.
I was just thinking if you drop that datum so that it essentially intersected the sidewalk on the north, which I don't know if that's 3 feet or 4 feet.
Oh,
I think it's a little pointless in talking about this detail at this
Okay.
point. We're asking them to do substantial massing changes to the
Okay.
level.
so let me ask another question. Again, we're gonna get to some sort of summary, 1 through 5, and that'd be our feedback and which you're welcome to comment on or question and why we can still talk in a work session before we go to
Mhm.
the hearing, but the Charles spoke up on, I'm on drawing 7, where we see, as Stacy said, this 100-foot run with this 25-foot floor is the 3rd floor on Colorado, south elevation. Charles started saying, well, what if we set that back, not the 20-some feet or not, or are we also, it should be uniformly set back as a 2-story all the way and not allow that 25-foot section to be set back less than the rest of the 3rd floor.
I would be okay with it stepping back less for the reason Charles stated. There is, look, the Miramonte building is there. It need.
Yeah.
Well, not respond to it wouldn't be.
Well, I mean, the trade-off is you're looking at the red brick versus you're seeing from the sidewalk across the street, a strong 3rd story, even if it's set back 5 feet. I don't know. I think the more important, if I had to pick guideline, would be the mass and scale and height across the street than hiding red brick of the Miramonte building. If I had to pick, I'm sympathetic to,
Oh, absolutely.
but we can't approve this just to cover up brick.
So like making a mistake to cover a mistake, potentially.
Okay? Can you say that again?
I said you don't want to make a mistake to cover a mistake.
I think the idea of taking where now they've got the 3-story facade and taking that 3rd story and setting it back 8 feet, 12 feet, making sort of a deck there. So that, as Stacy, I believe, is getting to, it sort of is stepping the massing up to the Miramonte building. It's
Stepping the facade on that.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate.
Okay.
So that's a little different from what I was originally saying, of saying not seeing any of the 3rd story from across the street. So I think that 25-foot module, it would make sense to see a peak of that 3rd story.
I mean, if the rest of it was set back, just use a number 20 feet.
Yeah.
You're happy with this being set back 10 or 12 feet?
I in concept, I think that would.
And 21B supports that. True, it allows us to consider 3-story facades in very limited cases. In this case, my only concern, I don't want to see that 3rd level be 100, what did I say? 100 feet long.
But run.
So it needs to step back some. Does it need to step back and be invisible or to not be seen? Maybe not that much.
I think I'd need to see it to be sold.
Yeah. I
But
agree with that.
right now, I think it should all be set back like we've done with the other buildings in town. And you know, I have a 1950s photo here and I have a 1970 photo when I first came here and before the Elks building and the David building there and it's just a tragedy that and this would have some limited effect that the iconic clock tower that we all saw from 3 blocks away. At least 2 of us were here in 78. Well, 3 people in this room. That's what it's just a shame that that was destroyed. And this, especially if we allow any sort of 3rd story at all, somewhat aggravate the problem. And I always thought that the dream would be to set back the 3rd story of the existing David building, et cetera. And, but anyway, that day has passed. The train left town. That's why it's important to get the goose back to town. Did you see that connection?
I saw it.
Okay. All right. You know, it's getting late. We gotta lighten up. Okay, can I try summarizing and then you can add to it so we leave them with a clear
I'd
vision?
like to see if Drew
Well, I mean,
or Kieran have other things to
That's
say.
and we're not really talking about like a lot of fenestration, but just all the amount of glazing on that western elevation because it's facing the historical. There you go. And well, I've had a picture pulled up of the Peterson building, kind of looking at that. And just, I don't know if you can see, but just like, I mean, it wraps around, and I'm not saying you gotta follow that, you know.
A lot less glass for those who
Yeah.
can't see it.
A lot, it's just a lot less. It wraps around the corner, basically just two big sections, and then it kind of tapers off to a different material. But I think that would be somewhat of a concern for the neighbors right there as well. A lot of white spill.
I'd agree with you, Drew, for I think the amount of, I mean, it's hard to see what's proposed on that third story, but what we can peek at looks like full glazing.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think the third level of glazing needs to be drastically reduced. The second level somewhat, ground level seems appropriate. What do you think?
I guess my main question is, have we given enough feedback to make anyone nervous about getting all the program in the building? And if the answer is yes, then we've done our job.
Well,
Of
that's,
course.
but that's why I said in a work session, we'll be more casual and unless, and you guys know this, but I don't have dimensions on this. I'm looking for how could they save every square foot? And that's why I asked the question about on the second floor, you could easily exit, you don't need a stair tower, right out to the parking. On the third floor, you just need an exit. You don't even need a hallway. But what I don't know is how many feet from that or how many feet do we need on egress? And it's not for us to figure out, but I'm just throwing it out there again, trying to help somebody come up with all the square footage you can get, especially if we're gonna set back third floor and follow the guidelines. That's all. I won't bring it up again because
I think HOK is an expert in floor planning and layout, so I think they'll be able to figure out.
Okay.
how to put
Yeah.
Well, good.
the office space in.
Yes, but to your point, setting back the third floor significantly as discussed on multiple sides will limit the area and reduce the future growth of town spaces and departments. So that is a concern. It's something we'll look at and obviously consider, but it does make us concerned.
Yeah, but I mean, our pledge is to be blind to the app. You gotta
Yep,
treat everybody.
understood. And we have to look at everything. So we meet in the middle, right?
Okay, so the comments I have, and then we'll just say, prefer the shed move to another or an alley, right? One. Okay, I'll just call that
A more
one.
contextual site.
Sure.
Okay.
Contextual.
Two, significantly set the third floor 25-foot module on the south elevation adjacent to Merrimack back. And three, which is a little bit redundant, but I know there was some, that's why I used the word significantly. More significantly, set back the third balance of the third floor on Colorado and Aspen, so it is not visible from across the street. I think we all agree that it could be set back less on Aspen, right? Well, that's a question. Do we?
I think we have to see it.
We gotta see it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a concern right now,
Okay,
for sure.
well,
I think in theory, yeah. I
Okay.
mean, right.
number four, lower the stone mass on that west elevation to help make it look more like a two-story building that it truly is. And number five, oh, well, just to be specific, significantly set back from the west elevation, that third floor center module.
Or the east side.
Side.
Aspen Street.
What are we
On
talking
Aspen.
about?
So
Oh,
set
sorry,
back that
sorry.
center third floor module on the west elevation, page 6, significantly. Because right now it's
The
not set back at all.
three-story tower.
Right. And on the entry to town, in the historic commercial district, the guidelines could not support that. I mean, it's not a matter that we like it or we don't like it, the guidelines, that just doesn't support it. So that's 5 takeaways. I don't know. I hope that's helpful.
You want to summarize Drew first comment on glazing or?
Oh,
that?
yeah, no, I think so. Well, Andrew, go ahead, just restate. You don't have to refer to guideline right at this moment.
Well, I mean, it was kind of a
Reduced
great
penetration.
discussion, but yeah, just say reduce it on the west elevation. Said, Matt, you offered second floor. I was more concerned about this, the one on the lower level that is the most furthest north.
Which drawing?
The center
Big
module.
6.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the center, yeah.
First floor or second floor or all 3? No.
Well, that one particular, section I was talking about was on the first floor. And then just, I would say just reduce glazing in general on that, western elevation.
Everybody agree with that? Just all west, so, okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Andrew. Well, that's 6. So,
Is there public comment for work sessions?
yeah, we're gonna open it up.
Oh, okay.
Don't leave it on that.
So let's hear from the public. You've traveled so far. And it's so long, so late. But come on up and just read your name and ask 3 minutes or less if you would, please.
Does thing work?
Yo,
Yes,
So anyway,
Dave, read your name.
oh, Dave Peterson. Yeah, I've lived here for a while. Anyway, I completely agree with you guys about the 25-foot module. Because the whole town goes with that rhythm. And then when commercial buildings turn the corner, typically the simple Victorian is one continuous wall with a bunch of double hungs punched through the wall. Not this conglomeration that they've got on the west elevation. And the south facade of the building on Main Street could be 3 25-foot wide elements or a 50 and a 25. And definitely no higher than 35 feet to the parapet. And it should be stepped down to the alley. But yeah, this building needs a lot of work.
How high is the Peterson building across the street? You know that building?
It's, yeah, I've seen it. Well, it's, the parapet is, less than, except for the middle parapet is, less than 35. And I'm not sure what the middle is.
That's close enough.
That's a good question. I'll ask him if I see him. Okay, I think that's all I got.
Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, that third story on either Aspen or Colorado just doesn't work. Everybody was horrified when the David and the Elks building was built. And that's when HARC kind of put down its foot. Yeah.
Yeah. And town wants to do the right thing here, but on the Elks building, since you brought it up, there was some backyard dealing and we can't have that here. We gotta treat everybody the same and they got a free park in return for violations of the guidelines. And then there's some other stories that go with it, but
Yeah.
I was here and I know that story. And you probably knew it. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Anybody else electronically, raise your hand.
Based online and maybe a few more people in the room. I'm gonna ask Pam S to unmute.
Welcome, Pam. Can unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Pam Specker and I live diagonally behind the proposed building. I've been coming to Telluride since 1973. I have a few comments and questions, and I wondered why this building is necessary. As a citizen, I've noticed many new job hires in the town of Telluride listed in the paper and recently county ads for new hires. Is this why a larger new staff municipal building is needed?
I have to intercede. We're only allowed to comment on HARC purview questions. And
Okay.
so I encourage you to talk to the town or the town manager with that kind of question.
Okay, this is the first notice I've gotten of this building.
Okay.
No, that's why I put that forward, but I do have a second question, and that is when it's time to, well, okay. My neighbors to the west and behind the proposed development had to endure a lengthy and costly process when they wanted to move a shed. Their shed was cut in half and moved to my neighbor's lot just 22.5 feet to the east and had to remain on the alley at the end of the lot. There are currently 2 sheds on the proposed property. The HARC proposal suggests one of the 2 sheds be moved, be moved to Main Street, repurposing the shed as a picnic pavilion with information on the historic nature of sheds around the town of Telluride. Historically, sheds are located in the alley, not on Main Street. Please keep them in the alley, just like my neighbors had to do. And I urge the decision makers to consider the long-term implications of this project. And well, I have to kind of ad lib here because you didn't let me say what I wanted to say initially, but I asked you not to fast track this project. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No one else online.
Okay, well, we're going to close this out. Yeah.
Jason Clapp online. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, we got more.
Okay, go ahead, Jason. Okay, I'll ask him to unmute.
My phone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Jason.
Yes, Jason Clapp, owner of property 330 West Columbia. I submitted a letter that I understand you received, so thank you for considering that. After discussion tonight, there were a few more comments I wanted to make. Number one, it seems like the focus of this evening's discussion is strictly on the commercial historic aspect of this project. There are historic residential properties to the north and to the west. Many of these are contributing and supporting structures. I think it's critical that the applicant, as well as HARC, considers the surrounding residential neighbors and the effect on the historic district that this has. Contextually regarding the shed, I was the neighbor previously mentioned that incurred substantial costs to reposition a supporting structure or supporting shed on property lines. I think it's very important, as Kieran mentioned, the shed should be repositioned contextually on the current property. Relocation to something other than the alley and its current location, I think is not appropriate. And then there's been quite a bit of focus on the Miramonte building and how unfortunate the design was. And it seems like the new building is modeling a lot of what it's trying to accomplish off of the Miramonte building. And I think another direction should be taken based on the comments from HARC members of the numerous issues with that. I think trying to mimic, a lot of those features is the wrong direction. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Rosie?
Hi there, Rosie Cusack. I live on Colorado Avenue, West Colorado, 417. Hello, Charles. I remember you. You used to live here. Last saw you up at the historic Elks Building in Aspen. Good to see you again. Don't take this personal. This building is wrong, in the wrong location, the wrong design. How could anyone seriously consider and sit here and discuss this? And I respect these architects and these people in this commission and their time. This office building, that's what it is. And the big firm that is helping to design an office building on the main street of a tiny historic town. The county's a big county. How about you put your big building down in Ilium Valley or someplace else? A rooftop deck to, quote, to be outside. All you have to do is walk outside, then you're outside. Deep, right? Just go outside. We don't need a huge deck on a building. The windows are massive. All you have to do tonight is do a little walk by that Chase Bank, Pedersen's building that's just an outrage. It's a spaceship. The Chase Bank building is tragic. This building emulates that. It's right across the street. I can't imagine the light emission that would be coming out of this proposed structure. This is a collaboration between the county and the town. We're not going to discuss the transparency or lack of transparency or any of that stuff because that's not what you guys are here for. This building does not belong in this location in a long way. This is like an emperor's new clothes joke. That's how bad this is, in my opinion. It is my understanding from the commissioners, there is no agreement with the town of Telluride for this building to begin with on this property. There's no agreement. How does the town even have agency to be here or to hire these fancy firms to be here and do this design? This is both the citizens of this town and the county. This is our property, and you want to build this building. It's outrageous. Miramonte building and the absolute unacceptable design is what it is, but you could fix it. Spend some money to fix that building, county and town, I don't know, whoever. Just do something because it is tragic and it's been discussed already. The windows, everything about it, I'm not even going to get into it. It's 100% unacceptable. It really is. It's like an inside job. It's like, let's just ruin Main Street of Telluride. Let's just obliterate the historic nature of this town. That is what this is doing. That is what other buildings have done as well. Please, just stop the whole thing. Town needs to slow its roll. I don't know what you're in a big rush about. I don't know how many employees you have, but it seems like everybody has a place to work. It's a big county. Go find yourself a place to build a big, huge building that is more appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Peter?
Hi, Peter Sante, former HARC member, longtime town resident. I just want to speak to town and county representatives and staff on this. I know this building is very important. It's exciting opportunity for the community. There's things, frankly, that I think we could all imagine enjoying and being very beneficial to our community. And that said, I think the mass and scale concerns you've sort of laid out, I think, well. I will say I might have been confused with misunderstanding the height, the maximum height that was being requested. I understood it was going to be at 40 feet. And knowing how heights are measured between the high and the low grade alley, quite a bit higher in the rear, this 40, almost 50-foot tall height sort of was a frightening thing to contemplate. I think the David building, the Miramonte building next door is a building not to replicate in a lot of ways you guys have touched on, but the mass and scale of it would be very helpful to understand the height of. If it was a PUD of similar height, it needs to step down, not be to the corner, and I think to the adjacent historic residential structures, as have been spoken to and cited by others. I know this is the start of the commercial district, but the town exists to the west as well, and it is historic and deserves consideration. And I would encourage HARC as a board to be clear with the applicants what your expectations are on that front, what the drawings they need to provide you guys to allow you to understand that and get answers to some of these height questions as well, so that you're not confused or it's not clear. I would speak to the applicants on the alley. Our alleyscapes are very important, and it doesn't take much just walking down and observing historic structures and what the alleyscapes offer, whether they're on the back of buildings or shed assemblies. It's vitally important. It's not just viewed from streets in one location. It's moving up and down the alleys. And the back of the Miramani building is atrocious. You know, I love the county. I know there's a lot of good things that happen in that building, but it's pretty awful. It's horrendous. And this building appears to basically just continue that for another 75 feet or largely. And that's disappointing to contemplate. And I really would encourage you to require that to be very well documented. I'd also ask you, you know, there's been very little or no discussion about just the existing commercial building on Main Street that's there, the old Roses Market. And I remember that as the grocery store when I was a kid. And I know the scale of it. It's small. It's been there 100 years or whatever. We're used to looking at it. It's quite a bit smaller than what we're going to see here, no doubt. But it would be very helpful for all of us to see in a comparative way that in a 3D form, similar to what I think was a side-by-side with the streetscapes, just so that we can, again, understand how big this is going to be at the corner. I share staff's concerns on the west side, as mentioned, with the historic sort of the smaller scale of the residential, and just concerns about that. Let me see if I have anything else. Am I done? All right. Fair enough. Thanks.
Thanks, Peter. Anybody else? Last word tonight.
I just wanted to sort of point to one of the design guidelines that's in your packet, but I think it reflects comments I'd made initially, as well as a number of comments this evening that is helpful for us to remember. So if I could just mention one, MS number 29, which is one of the corner lot policies. A is to maintain the clear distinction between the primary facade and the side of the building when sides are visible, such as on corner lots. And number 2 of that is sides of buildings generally had fewer windows and simpler detailing. And I think that is just another important reflection as we think about that west facade and the approach to the historic downtown. So that kind of articulates what I was trying to describe initially.
Thank you, Kristen. Okay, there's no other comment. I move we adjourn at 10:37.
Is there any staff discussion?
I don't, he didn't have any, unless you want to come up with something.
Well, I'm just acknowledging it's on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And thanks to staff for all their work. This was a lot of projects and cases tonight, and thank you for your efficiency getting through it before almost 10:30.